Hello guys and welcome to the European Chess Championship 2023. We're in a beautiful city of Vrnjacka Banja and with a breaking record for the first time in the history of the European Chess Union, 484 players. So far the record was 408 players. In Croatia 2010, but basically we're now having this record. I just have to tell you that there are like more than 40 federations in the tournament, which is another amazing thing. We have more than 126 GMs, 4 women GMs, 103 IMs, and we have more than 100 FMs as well. So many titled players. You're gonna be enjoying in the analysis. Let me just present myself. My name is Miodrag Perunovic. I'm international master from Serbia, Serbian team captain and head coach. Many of you know me as AK the Butcher online. So if you have any questions, feel free to post it here. And I'm gonna be answering your questions. I actually see that most of you ask me or have some sort of debates here, how many players are going to qualify out of these almost 500. There are going to be like 23 spots, and first 23 spots this year are going to qualify for the World Championship, actually for the World Cup. So if you have any questions or if you have any doubts, why don't you see some other names? Just to know that there are already some of these guys qualified for the competition. So we won't wait so much. We're immediately going to jump into the analysis of the games. And let's go on the first board and game Vuk Damjanovic against Gabriel Sargsyan. I gotta tell you that Damjanovic is one of the best young players in Serbia. So it's quite an interesting game. He's playing white pieces. This is Ragozin opening. He went for the line with the Queen A4. He's a good player with lately better and better experience. Played the World Rapid and Blitz Championship. So this is going to be pretty interesting. From another point of view, we have Sargsyan, one of the best players in the whole, recently finished Olympiad in India. And this is anything what we want to say about this guy, who's according to rating is the top favorite here, is not going to be actually much. So Sargsyan is experienced player, great player with lots of like great chess understanding, especially in those like count positions. So a typical Russian, in this case Armenian chess school. So it's quite interesting as well that we just have like 2 top Armenian guys with a rating. First is Sargsyan and another one is Maritrosyan. I'm going to talk about like these best guys in the tournament a little bit later. And I'll tell you more about all the top favorites. I just want to once again repeat 484 players, an absolute record. And this is just a breaking thing about this European Championship. In this game, we're just checking the Ragozin defense. I'm just going to go back from the beginning. So there was d4, d5, c4, e6, knight f3, knight f6, and he went for the knight c3 line. Instead of knight c3, you can of course go with the g3 playing the Catalan opening, but he opted for the knight c3 classic one, which gives an option to black players to go with nothing else but Ragozin opening itself with the bishop b4. He opted for a lately very popular line with the queen a4. Check, black is forced to go with the knight c6 to defend the bishop on b4, and he went with a3. Now it's Sargsyan's turn, so he's just taking his time, and while he's taking his time, we can just switch to a game number 2 on the second board. It's Haik Maritrosyan against Hagner Bennett from Germany. We're having like a Botvinnik variation, so let's just go from the beginning. after like d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3. Lately, all these top guys go first for the knight f3 because they don't want to give a chance to black that after knight c3 they should be going with the bishop b4 and play the Nimza opening. So that's why they play knight f3, and of course most of these top guys, instead of going with b6, which is Queen's Indian, c5, which leads to Benoni, or just bishop b4, where we talk about the Bogo Indian, they just go with d5. It's absolutely the most popular approach here. So after knight c3, once again we have absolutely the same position like in the first game between Damjanovic and Sargsyan, but here black opted for c6. After bishop g5, it's nothing else but very sharp system of Botvinnik system after e5, h6, g5, and after h takes, bishop g5, knight bd7. I remember recently being a coach of Grandmaster Velimirivic, and he won a beautiful game in World Junior Championship in the same line. So let's see if Maritrosian is going to go and play the same line, or he's actually going to pull out something else up his sleeve. So let's go and let's see. Let's be patient there. In the meantime, once again, welcome to the broadcast of the European Championship 2023. 484 players, 40 federations, 126 GMs, more than 300 title players. Absolutely crazy competition, and so many guys whose games you're just going to on your pleasure and satisfaction or not watch along with me. So let's just go with this game. Maritrosian went for something a little bit here less usual. I wouldn't say it's the main line. He went for e takes f6, and after bishop b7 went for bishop e2. Usually one of the main lines, instead of instantly e takes f6, is g3 followed by bishop g2, where when white just wants to oppose the light square bishop on b7, but in this case it goes a little bit differently. So he went with e takes f6 and played bishop e2. On your probably question, is he preparing himself for short castle? Definitely, in order to, and also in these positions, he maybe wants to oppose rook g8 with some moves such as h4 or so. But let's just see what is black going to do. Is he going to go with bishop d6, or maybe some queen b6 followed by long castle? But definitely a part of black's plan in this position has to be to go with a long castle at some point. For sure he won't make long castle with all these pawns being broken on the king's side. That's what we need to say. The thing is, here we're just waiting for black to go with probably c5, but in the case of c5, d5 should be quite an interesting reaction. After, for example, b4, d takes, b takes e3, e takes f7 followed by bishop h5 is quite an interesting thing. Okay, so this is the thing. Let's go to the third game, and the third game is played between Jacek Szwed, guy from Poland, against David Anton Guijarro from Spain. Let's take a look at the opening. After first couple of moves, e4, c5, knight f3, knight c6. Now white went for the raw Salima with the bishop e5. And after bishop e5, black went for e6. It's just one of two popular options. Another one is just the one with g6. So those are two most popular things by black. He went for e6. He wants to solidify his knight on c6 by supporting that knight with the knight g on e7. And we're just interested to see what's happening after e6. After castle, knight g on e7, two moves are so popular here. Either rook e1, which was more like a classic approach from many years ago. And nowadays, these top guys just like to try this c3. This guy went for c3, and after a6, went for bishop a4. Very similar, and it's a big reminiscent of the Ray Lopez defense. So after b5, bishop c2, bishop b7, rook e1, overprotecting e4, and going with d4. We're just waiting on the white's reaction. It's quite interesting. This is similar to Ray Lopez, but at the same time, Guijarro went for g6. He's known as a good theoretically prepared player. So we're just want to see what is he going to pull out in this game and to go for. In the meantime, while we're waiting for white's move, we just want to go for the fourth game. On the fourth board, David Navarra against Samani. I just have to tell you a little bit more about David Navarra. Always a lovely guy to see in these competitions and tournaments. Always one of the top favorites. Theoretically, almost perfectly well prepared. The guy who was in the club 2750, so he's fighting definitely for top 23 places for the World Cup. Navarra went for another guy who in this competition went for e4, and after e5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop b5. It's quite a common thing when you watch these top guys that they go with a Ray Lopez, that they go with a long and not that theoretical battle, but they're just opting for positional games. We're just fighting hard for their, points in these positional games. Of course, he's just relying on experience. He's got it enough. And after bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, knight f6 went with a d3. It's just one of the options. Another thing is thing with the short castle, rook e1, and stuff like that. But here he just went with d3. d3 is actually, it announces a long theoretical battle. He's just defending this pawn on e4. So the thing is, after he goes with the d3, he defends the pawn, and he just wants to go with more or less classic short castle, c3, knight bd2, rook e1, knight f1, and the typical knight journey that usually happens in Ray Lopez. So after d3, his opponent played d6. It's also one of the options. So after d6, Navarra went with c3, classic option. Bishop d7 goes knight bd2, g6, and knight f1. You see, he doesn't even waste his time for a short castle and rook e1. He instantly puts the knight back on f1. So this is the thing. Okay, after knight f1, I already mentioned that he wants to reroute this knight either to g3 or e3. The thing is, if the knight goes on g3, it's going to be pretty limited and restricted with a pawn on g6. From another point of view, if you just go with a bishop g5, maybe that knight wants to go with knight e3, and in some circumstances, you can just go afterwards either with knight e5 straight away or just take on f6 and jump with the knight on d5, but usually you don't give up the dark square bishop for the knight on f6. Okay, so we're still waiting for his reaction, and we're just moving to the board 5. Milan Novkovic. Okay, so he's playing against Jules Mussar, another one of the top favorites in this competition. Milan Novkovic, and I am from. So let's just take a look at this one. He just went for. We're just talking about King's Indian here. So d4, knight f6, c4, g6, knight c3, bishop g7, e4, d6, knight f3, castles, bishop e2, and e5. It's the main line of the King's Indian, of course. Mussar just opted for e5, and after like After like e5, he just breaks in the center and opts either for Mar del Plata with knight c6 or e takes d4 after a short castle, of course. This guy went for bishop e3, and it's so-called Gligoric variation against King's Indian. Main line is knight g4. Another option is e takes d4 or c6 followed by e takes d4. This is a classic approach, what Musar opted for. So he just took on d4 and opts for c6 and d5, which was one of the main things that Kasparov was using against Karpov in his match like 40 years ago for the World Championship title. An idea is that after knight d4, they just want to go with a rook e8, and in case of f3 to go and to break the center with c6 and d5, but Novkovic opted for a less common queen c2. Musar played c6. He just cares about the flexibility here, and after castles, we're now waiting for his move. What are the options here? We either have to go with knight bd7 followed by knight c5 or e5, or maybe some break in the center with d5 simply shouldn't be maybe immediately one of the possibilities. Knight g4 probably leads to nothing that special after bishop g4, f3, which is going to solidify white's game, and then since black is gonna move the bishop back, they will be threatening to go with d5 and go after the bishop e3, but you just have to go back with the bishop or just overprotect it either by bishop f2 or queen d2 and play more or less a normal position. I don't want to guess their opening preps because there are always like lots of possibilities and moves, and let's just jump onto the next game. So Pretke Alexander, Tadic Stefan. I like to especially stop on this game because Alexander Pretke from today is a Serbian player. As you all know, actually he's one of the guys who was almost to 2700, and he's 2684. From today, he's officially a Serbian player and Serbian citizen. So for me, as a Serbian team captain and head coach, that is going to be a good thing to have such a strong player in the bracket for the team. So I wish him the best of luck. So to all Serbians, we're now having one more Serbian for the medals in this tournament and for the top 23 places. I'm gonna talk about our native Injic and Ivic as well as one of the main representatives in this tournament as well. Pretke is playing against Tadic Stefan. This kid is also like very strong lately. I'm talking about Tadic Stefan, a junior who recently won in the Serbian semifinals and qualified for the top 10 players. So this is a Serbian derby already, and we're just gonna see what's gonna happen there. Let's take a look at the opening. So after e4, c5, knight f3, e6, c3. Nothing else. They just began this game as a pulse and defense or time out of defense. And after c3, we're just having nothing else but Sveshnikov position itself. So after d5, he just went with e5, and now it's quite interesting. From Sveshnikov position, now Pretke was ready to go with d4 and to go into the advanced French. But that doesn't happen here because Tadic plays d4. Not my top pick. I'm just going to be honest and say that I played like this once against Caruana in one title Tuesday, and I got beaten in 16 moves. So ever since then, I just learned my lesson, and I always go into the French advanced. So d4, knight a3, knight e7, knight c4, and he's just fighting for some light squares here. I'm talking mainly about the c4 and d4, as well as trying to reach d6. Of course, Tadic played knight e6 to avoid knight e6, and after a4, where white just restricts the b5 possibility by black, he went with the knight d7, putting a potential pressure against the e5 pawn. After bishop d3, he's just preparing himself for a castle, that's one thing. And another thing is this bishop goes on e4. By going to d3, he just wants to solidify himself in terms of if queen c7 happens, he would just have queen e2 in time. Another thing is if they just go with, I don't know, whatever, like bishop e7 and short castle, which happened in this game, Predke probably wants to go with short castle, and afterwards go with rook e1, queen e2, where light square bishop eventually should be going on e4 and go after the knight on c6. So this is the thing, and this is what we need to be aware of. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look at other games. Enough with this Serbian derby, so let's go to the game between Filip Lucian and Radoslav Wojtaszek. Wojtaszek always cutting edge prepared. Filip Lucian spent like quite a big amount of time as far as I see here. So let's just see what happened in that game. So he went for d4, e6. Wojtaszek gave him a chance to go and to transpose into the French defense, but this guy said no French for today. Let's go with c4, b6, which is pretty surprising. He wants to take advantage of not having the knight on f6 and play a better version of between Bogo Indian and between some other variations of e6 and b6. So after e4, bishop b4, bishop d2 captured, and here he decided to break in the center with d5. Obviously, White is very confused with Wojtaszek's idea. I absolutely find this okay for Black. One of the main things of this opening, that if you go with e4, you probably have to hold that center with f3. Actually, there are so many theoretical variations and options for both sides. He opted for this one, which is pretty solid one, but Wojtaszek likes those type of positions. So let's go with the next game. And Esipenko playing White against Vugar Manafov. I just want to tell you one thing. The thing is, here we have like all these top GMs looking for those 23 top places to qualify for the World Cup for this year, including these guys who play for FIDE Federation as Russian players, including Esipenko. So Esipenko here went with obviously Reti opening, and after g3, c6, bishop g2, bishop g4, as we all know, it's just one of two options. Another option is just bishop f5. Similarity between London's system and that bishop f5, tried to find it, but here after bishop g4, knight d7, d3, knight f6, usually White wants to break in these positions with e4. And that's exactly what he did. So this is after h3. H3 is a nice move, calling him to come up with his decision to either take on f3 or to decide to go back on h5. Esipenko's opponent, Manafov, decided to take. So here, you always can take by pawn and go with a broken pawn structure but an open e-file. And another thing that is way more common to take by bishop and then to react with e4. So the thing is, e4, d takes, bishop e7, and now we're just waiting for his move. What are the options? He can go with knight d2, and afterwards with the knight on c4. Definitely knight on these positions never goes on c3, because on c3 it's going to be restricted with a pawn on c6 and it would be a bad knight. So knight usually goes on d2. Afterwards it goes either on c4, attacking the pawn on e5, going after the d6, or just looking for a little bit better place. Yes, queen, just like you see, he went for a queen e2 short castle. Why queen e2? He just wants to open up the back rank, have a possibility of placing the rook on d1. But it doesn't have to mean that he wants to place the rook from f1. And also, the bishop, the dark square bishop, sometimes it may go, for example, on e3, sometimes on g5, but sometimes it may simply go b3, bishop b2, followed by knight e2, knight c4, going after the pawn on e5. Light square bishop, in most of these cases, should be brought back to g2. Then you go with h4, find a good diagonal for that bishop with the bishop h3, and that's how you usually maneuver in this type of games and find lots of places and just more of space and better diagonals for your pieces. We're waiting for Asipenko's move, and let's just move on to another game. In this commentary, I would just try to cover as many games as possible. So I won't, like dedicate all the time and just analyze and wait on the moves in one game. We just have to go for, more of the stream and to go for like more of this game. So to have like variety of players, especially in the starting rounds, because after like first 4, 5, 6 rounds, we will have like top players up there. And now these guys can become famous, and as an underdogs, they can just perform and make some sort of surprises. So this is why we just need to give them their moment and a chance to just bright. So Danov against Boris Gelfand. Do I need to explain you who the Boris Gelfand is? One of the challengers for the World Championship titles. He's also looking for his top 23 places in this tournament. And let's take a look at this game because it reminds me on something that I'm very familiar with. So it's e4, c5, knight c3, knight c6, bishop b5, and this is exactly the course that I made like a couple of years ago. I called it Butcher the Sicilian. It's bishop e5, and idea is to take this knight on c6, and afterwards in a pretty close type of the game to play a strong positional game with the white pieces. Boris Gelfand, just like any other strong player, doesn't want to give that privilege to take on c6. So after knight f3, this guy went for e6. It's one of the options, and this guy played bishop d3. This guy certainly didn't read my book and doesn't have my analysis. Instantly went with the bishop on d3. Somebody should explain to him that he's not supposed to move that bishop away until black goes with a6. Sorry, buddy, but you just have to learn your stuff. So he went for bishop d3, Gelfand went knight c6, castles, and now Gelfand just transposes into that line. And after knight d5, once again, they just go into something very familiar, an idea with the knight d5. Nowadays, it became very popular in these positions. I remember, it's not that I'm showing off and trying to brag around, but basically 3 years ago, I was the first one who suggested it in my analysis. So basically after knight d5, g6. For example, that's a brand new idea, and you can just see that after c3, with the idea of bringing the bishop back to c2 and going with d4, bishop g7, knight goes back to e3. He has to, otherwise he was threatening to take the piece. Now Gelfand is going to go knight g on e7 and break in the center with d5. Somehow white pieces are unhappily placed here, and somehow they're just in front of each other. So he probably has to go back with the bishop on c2, break in the center with d4. In the meantime, black probably should be going with the knight e7, castle, and break with d5. But let's just see, this could be very interesting because, as far as I remember, until recently, there weren't so many games with this g6, bishop g7 approach. Okay, we just have to go for another one. Šarić even against Miloš. Šarić, ex-European champion, extremely strong player from Croatia. He's certainly one of the top favorites in this competition. And anything what I want to say about this guy, about his cutting-edge theoretical preps, and that wouldn't be enough. It's certainly one of my favorite players according to his style. I've been watching and learning so many games and teaching my students thanks to his analysis and his opening approaches. Let's take a look at this game. He is just playing against Miloš Milošević, one of the strongest Serbian juniors, occasionally my student, so this is going to be a very interesting game for me as well. So let's go with e4, e5, knight f3, and knight f6. Miloš just decided to go for and opted for Petrov defense. He just wants to equalize the game by playing Petrov defense. That shouldn't be your style, especially since I've been coaching him here and there, and this is not his type of style. So he just wants to, we shouldn't say play for a draw, but certainly he wouldn't mind if he makes a draw against Šarić. Šarić opted for c4. If you all remember, Nepo played it like many years ago and won a beautiful game with the c4. And after bishop e7, knight c3, d takes, he now opened up both of his bishops. After bishop g4, played h3, bishop h5, played queen c2 here, and bishop f3. I already like Šarić's game a lot more. First of all, I didn't like the opening approach and choice by Miloš. He was supposed to play either Sicilian or to play French defense, his favorite openings. He opted for Petrov defense, and something similar happened to me in European Championship like a few years ago when I played against Rager. I also opted for Petrov defense that I wasn't regularly using as my opening, and I lost fairly easy. You shouldn't be doing that in your games. So bishop f3. Šarić is now thinking between should he first take on h7 and take on f3 or take on f3. To be honest with you, we just have to see bishop h7, king h8, g takes f3, g6, bishop g6, h takes g6, queen g6, and we now just have to see if black can defend himself, because Šarić is threatening queen h6 followed by rook g1 checkmate. So is Miloš trying to bluff him with the bishop f3 and trying to tell him, no, you can't take on h7. Šarić is taking a good amount of time here. I believe he's deciding and trying to see like the proper defense by black after, so in the line, bishop h7, okay, bishop h7, king h8, king h7, king h8, g takes f3. So I don't see anything better for black but g6. f5 doesn't seem to be working. And after g6, bishop g6, h takes g6, queen g6. Threats are, even rook f6 doesn't seem to be working because of queen h5 followed by rook g1. So white just has a very strong game there. I don't see compensation there, and I believe this is some sort of bluff by black, but I can't claim that. Maybe he knows something more than me. Okay, Nisti against Alexei Sarana. Sarana lately is one of those names, especially online, who made so many nice, great and spectacular games and wins. He even qualified for the top 8 players on chess.com, and lately he's just doing great. He knows lots of theory, and he's my club mate, so I know him very well. He goes with neither defense. Nisti went with the g3, not so popular nowadays, but nowadays you can literally play every single move against the neither, and you won't make mistake, or we just can say that you're gonna be able to count on any kind of an advantage with the white pieces, no matter what you play against the neither. That makes neither one of the most, not solid, but one of the best openings if you're fighting for a win with the black pieces, and certainly one of the best Sicilian openings for black. So after g3, e5 classic approach, knight goes to b3. It's just one option. Another option is bringing the knight back to e2. Then you go with h3, g4. Then you go with that knight from e2 to g3 and play on the king side. In this case, after knight b3, bishop e7, he went with bishop g5. An idea with bishop g5 could be to get like better control of the d5 outpost, but the thing and the difference here could be that after he plays like bishop g5, he just wants to at some point take on f6 and get like d5 outpost, but that doesn't seem to be working because of flexible knight bd7. That's exactly what Serena played here. He goes with knight bd7, gets full flexibility, and in a way sending message to white, nobody, you won't be able to take on f6. So after a4 to prevent b5, short castle, a5, b5, a takes, knight takes, typical game where he hasn't committed himself with bishop e6, which is pretty good, and in that case he won't have a problem with a6 pawn afterwards. So he might be going with bishop e6 and knight c4 in some of these variations, but since the pawn on a6 might be hanging, he probably wants to go with the bishop on b7, especially considering the fact that white hasn't committed himself with the light square bishop either. So once he releases pressure from a6 by playing bishop g2, he might be thinking of bishop e6 as well, or he might be going with the bishop b7 or a5 bishop a6 in some circumstances. We're just waiting for white's move, but let's just jump into the next game. Kirill Shevchenko against Atakishiev. Shevchenko, another young great player from Ukraine, but now he's playing under Romanian Federation. So let's just take a look at Shevchenko opening. He went for c4, knight f6, knight c3, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and went for one of the most common and classic approaches. It's g3 here. So after g3, bishop b4, this reminds me of Russell Lima, just reversed, where black just wants to take on c3, create double pawns, and afterwards play something similar to the lines that are previously mentioned in my Butcher the Sicilian. But that's not a point. After bishop b4, of course, that Shevchenko, he allowed him there. He allowed him to take on c3, which is pretty interesting. And do you know why? Because he already committed himself with the knight f6. If the knight wasn't there, he wouldn't be allowing bishop takes c3. So if the knight wasn't on f6, he wouldn't allow that. Right now, it wouldn't be such a big problem because black cannot play Grand Prix attack reversed, and that should be something else. After bishop g2, short castle, rook e8, he now goes with this one, and knight e5 just threatens the bishop on b4 and knight on f6. Not in a classic sense of that word, but it just prevents like reactions in the center by black. Knight e5 just does a good job here, and most likely black is going to retreat his bishop to f8, or maybe go with bishop c5 and secure that position with its shelter on a7 with a6 and bishop a7. Okay, we're just going to go to the next one. Bashirli against Yevgeny Nair. It's time man of defense. We can immediately see that. e4, c5, knight f3, e6, knight c3, knight c6, d4 takes, queen c7, and he goes with one of the most popular things, bishop e3. Bishop e3, he just wants to go with the queen d2 long castles, and that's one of the possibilities there. Apart from that, there are like so many other opening moves, but we won't discuss these ones. So after a6, queen d2, Now it's black's turn. It's a pretty interesting thing that we have a well-known theoretical position where usually in blitz they wouldn't spend like few seconds for these moves, and now they both spend like 20-25 minutes. It's pretty interesting and a little bit weird and odd. We don't see those kinds of things so often because usually they just blitz out their opening preps. Let's go to next game because there is nothing special to see here. So game between Vasily Ivanchuk and Alex Sakhakian. So Chucky, one of the most favorite names in the world of chess, always resourceful, always full of spectacular ideas and moves. Ukrainian star. He just came here and we feel like a big privilege and satisfaction to see him being here with us. Chucky just blitzing out his moves here, so he went for his opening opponent went for Nimzo Indian, and he went for Rubinstein line with a3. After castles, bishop d3, d5, played knight f3. b6, played short castle, bishop a6. Bishop a6 idea is pretty interesting because black is just willing to trade off the light square bishops and simplify the game. Of course, Chuck is familiar with these ideas. He allowed him that and now played bishop d2. White just wants to play rook. It's very interesting here. Does he want to play rook ac1 followed by knight e5 and f4? In which case rook on f1 does a great job for potential kingside action and attack, or he wants to go with rook ac1 and go with that rook on f1 to go either on d1, supporting some ideas in the center, or on e1. I believe one of the most interesting ideas could be knight e5 followed by f4 with the pressure and with a quite good game by white onto the king side. So let's just see what he's gonna opt for. Once again, we're just jumping onto the next game till we're waiting for opponent's moves. Van Forest against Ivan Cheparinov. Cheparinov, Bulgarian player who's always one of the top favorites for these top places in the tournament. Lately, he made few great courses with both white and black pieces online, and we all enjoy his analysis. In this game, he went with e4, he went for e5, his opponent went for Italian opening, and after knight f6 for positional, but lately very popular d3 Italian opening. What's interesting about this one? After like d3, here you have two options to either go with bishop e7 or bishop c5. Those are the two plans that are most common by black in these positions, but I just like to add lately one very popular with h6, and where black just flirts all the time with some sort of g5 ideas, cope with some very interesting kingside attacking ideas. So after d3, he just went with the bishop c5, c3, d6, bishop e3, and a5. An idea of a5 in these positions is just to stop a5 by black, and also to go with a simple space grabbing move on the queen side by black. So they just want to go with this. They just want to, in classic sense of that word, to get a little bit more space and to solidify their game. Van Forest Matchtel played castle, short, knight bd2, and after h6 played h3, rook e8, rook e1, almost symmetrical ideas, and here Cheparinov played bishop e6. After knight f1, bishop e3. Now we're waiting for a white's move. White has two options, of course. Queen takes b3 or a takes b3. A takes b3 makes perfect sense when black has pawn structure a6 b5, in which case you would just have problems with the a6 backward pawn. Here, queen b3 looks a little bit, but only at first glance, logical, because it may be doesn't harm the pawn structure, but from another point of view, they might be having some a4, queen b7, queen d7, with the idea of rook eb8, trapping up the queen. Okay, queen goes on b5, and then on c4, but with some definitely compensation for black. Maybe because of that, maybe white should be taking 8 takes b3, but we just have to see what should be the reaction by white in this game. So we're just keep on moving forward and checking the games on all these boards. Baccarat against David Fitzsimmons. So Baccarat, who used to be one of the top, but really top world names, now he's just looking for his comeback and to go into the World Cup. He was always on in a club of 2700 plus. So now he went with the c4 a6, g3 d5, bishop g2, knight f6, knight f3, bishop e7, and he just went for d4, which is nothing else but a Catalan defense. Okay, the thing is, he just goes with Catalan, and his opponent decided to play the closed Catalan and play c6. Don't forget, Baccarat is always perfectly well prepared when it comes to theory. He went with the knight c3, a5, and played bishop f4. After d takes c4, played knight e5, which stops both. It stops b5 by black, but at the same time, it opens up the bishop on g2 and gives like pretty good control of the center by white. Knight d5, he just went with the knight c4. He's willing to give up this bishop on f4 to open the g file, and afterwards, by playing king h1, rook g1, to take advantage and to be able to attack along the g file. So he just goes with knight d7, rook c1, knight b6, knight e5, knight bd5, and goes with hyper solid e3. f6 is always a little bit weak, or at least a little bit weakening in terms of light squares, and especially e6 pawn. But here black still has a light square bishop, so maybe it's not that weakening. So after b6, Baccarat comes up with f5, a very lovely move. Okay, so after f5, now black just has to decide what to do. If he takes, Baccarat without any suspicion is going to play knight takes d5, followed by knight f4, and then black won't be able to defend on d5 by bringing the bishop to b7 because of simple fork with knight e6. Fantastic move f5. He instantly tried to take advantage of f6 by black, and I believe he's doing that very, very nicely here. Nice, and once again, he's just proving the fact how strong he is in general, and also when it comes to theory, he's also doing great here. So white is already a lot better after f5. At least I really enjoy his position right now. Grandelius against Adnan Sergio Bermudez. So let's go with this one. Knight f3, d5, e3, c5, and bishop b5. A little bit funny approach by white, not that usual. He just goes for a solid approach, and Grandelius played bishop d7. Probably he'd be happy if black goes with knight c6, in which case he can always consider knight d5 followed by f4 short castle, and also b3, bishop b2, and stuff like that with full control of the game and the center itself. Bishop b5, Grandelius played bishop d7, queen e2, knight f6, castles g6, bishop d7, queen d7, with already good game for black. So after he played d4, it's his move. I just want to remind you of the fact that Grandelius, like a few years ago, was already like semi-champion of the Europe in this competition. So he's got a pretty good experience in this type of competitions. Strong player from Sweden, so he's also in the bracket of these top guys hoping for the top 23 places. Let's go Anton Korobov against Bazakutsa, Ukrainian derby, but here we just have to say that Korobov is certainly one of the guys who's also in the bracket for top 23 places. Korobov just, oops, I just have to apologize. So let's go with this one, d4 knight f6. Korobov went with, actually it started as one of the main lines of the King's Indian against the King's Indian, and here he opted for the main line with knight f3. Lately almost everyone on top level played bishop e3, going for some sort of semi Averbach system by white. He went with knight f3, and after e5, castles, e takes d4, knight takes d4, plays rook e8, and after f3 goes with c6. Lately, this variation with e takes d4, c6, and with eventual break in the center with d5 became so popular, but it's okay. I mean, black has to know lots of theory in order to do something here. I suspect after king h1, let's just see his theoretical preps. E takes, c takes, and after bishop g5, move should be knight c6. He did it. Knight c6, b takes c6, c takes, and rook c1. For example, in this position, I remember there was a game where white goes with bishop b5, and then after some rook e7 goes with some sort of bishop c4, where he just tries to take advantage of the pinned black pieces. Although he doesn't go with that, he goes with absolutely solid rook c1, and after queen b6, it's his turn. An option is bishop takes f6 followed by knight e5, but that option should probably favor white eventually, because after bishop f6, queen f6 simply, okay, maybe in that case, but even in that case, knight e5, queen b2, then maybe some knight c7. This could be interesting. Bishop f6, knight d5, queen b2, and once again, queen on b2 threatens altogether with a rook on e8, bishop on e2, so it could be a pretty interesting one. Okay. It could be pretty interesting position to analyze. So let's just see what is he gonna go for. Definitely pawn on d5 is weak. Black is just going for some sort of dynamical game and trying to get some material back like this, but okay, you never know. Let's just move on to the next game. So it's the game between Yordanov and Ruslan Ponomarev, another Ukrainian who was world champion like many years ago. And let's take a look at the opening choice of Ruslan Ponomarev. After d4, knight f6, he opted for King's Indian, and after bishop e2, castles, knight f3. It's very interesting that most of these guys begin with bishop e2, but nobody plays nowadays one of the most popular anti-King's Indian systems with the bishop e3, but they just go with knight f3. After knight bd7, Ponomarev so opted for King's Indian and this line with e5. I also like to stop here and to remind you, so far we've seen probably around 15 different games. And do you know what is interesting? King's Indian is very popular here. And you shouldn't be that surprised, because these guys in the first couple of rounds, they're all the time favorites and they just go for a win. If they're going for a win, King's Indian is one of the best openings to try and to push for a win. So after e5, bishop e3, queen e7, queen c2, and played c6. So he's doing everything to prepare himself at some point to take on d4 and play more or less normal game in the center. And that actually means that white at some point could be going with some d5. That's exactly what happens after rook goes on e8, and he now went with the d5. Why is d5 so special when the rook comes on e8? It's first of all King's Indian players like positions when the center is closed, because then they have an easy game on the king's side in terms of attack. From another point of view, white is also pretty happy to go with d5 when the rook is on e8. So now Ponomaro probably has to play some c5. That's exactly what he did. g3, and has to go and remove all his pieces onto the king's side if he wants to break and go with the attack. He now goes with knight f8. It's pretty interesting. Is he trying to go here? Is he trying to go with bishop h3? Or does he want to actually go with h6, g5, and knight g6 at some point? He also has like very interesting ideas out of his openings, and that would be like a pretty interesting thing. For sure, he wants to have bishop h3 at some point as a possibility, but also to go h6, g5 with a king side attack. I'm just saying that could be an option. Doesn't have to be like that, but knight on f8, I don't see any good point with the knight on f8, but to go on g6 and to prepare for the king side attack afterwards. Let's go on to the next one. Santos Latassa against Burcu from Turkey. So Latassa in the game went for e4, Karakan d4, d5, went for the most popular advanced variation, and after c5 captured and e6 there, like plenty of interesting moves, he opted for knight f3, bishop c5, and a3. It's just one of the popular options by white here. Another possibility could be what Navarra did and how he won a couple of games with a3, bishop c5, and first queen g4. But this is completely different idea. After a3, he definitely wants to go with b4. That's what he did. Played bishop b2, overprotected the pawn on e5, played bishop d3, and at some point he just wants to go with against the knight on g6 with h4 and h5. That's exactly what he did in this game. And it's his turn. Here he has to simply cope with h5, knight f4 by black. And in that case, we would just have to see what's happening. Maybe white can just go with knight bd2 c4 at some point. I really don't know how does he want to fight against the knight f4 by black. Is he even afraid of that? That's okay. That's very interesting. Should he go for knight bd2 followed by c4, in which case he absolutely doesn't care about the knight f4 as a threat, or just h5, knight f4, maybe even h6 afterwards, breaking on the king side? But I see some potential of the bishop on b6. Would be very interesting to see what should be his plan. Okay, next game, and Adela Velikic, one of the top Serbian women. I'm saying one of because the best one is Teodora Injac. She's also taking part in this tournament, and hopefully we're going to be able to see her games as well. She likes to get scalps from these best guys occasionally in these open world tournaments, so let's just hope for the same in this one. Velikic against Donchenko. She went for d4, and her opponent opted for Nimzo defense, played f3, d5, and we just have one of the theoretical positions. After d takes, f takes, c5, another option is e5, and after e takes, went for a short castle. Somehow, white's position looks a little bit too exposed, but okay, it's okay. She's got a passed pawn on d5. Donchenko went with the bishop g4, captured, and played bishop d6. Obviously, he just gave up the bishop pair for a good control of the dark squares in the game eventually. Okay, we're just waiting on that one, and let's take a look at the next game. And after next game, we'll just make a short break just to see if everything is just working properly. And you know what, I also need to get some water because it's not so easy to talk all the time without stopping myself. So let's go. Nguyen from Czech Republic against Yurt 7 from Turkey. He went with Reti opening, then transposed into the English opening, then went into the Catalan, and you have like a full mix of openings in first few moves. Of course, this is a Catalan closed. So after C6, B3. So that's what Nguyen opted for. He's the guy who all the time keeps improving point by point, but a very solid one and doesn't take unnecessary risks. After knight bd7, knight c3, b6, bishop b2, bishop b7, went for rook c1, rook c8, and played queen to d3. A typical Catalan opening fight. It's all about the fight for the center, and he just wants to go with e4. With queen d3, he's just overprotecting c4 pawn as well. He's just released the d1 square for the rook, and that's how usually it works in these positions. Eventually, he's just hoping for some e4. White is for sure a little bit better in this position, and we're just waiting to see what's gonna happen there. Guys, once again, welcome into the official broadcasting of the World European Championship 2023. It's taking place in Serbia in Terme of Vrnjacka Banja. Lovely place. I'm just gonna get back in like 15 minutes, and then we're just going to be analyzing a lot more games by these guys. Thanks, and see you in a while. Šta? I sad kako ovo, da stavim?
Ovo smo sve kraljevi smo na šta je fora, što se to ništa ne vidi, nemoj na dole. Na gore, samo da je bubica. Može ovdje da stoji.
Može. Ovdje mi se. Ovo mi je palo.
Ne vezi, puno se radi.
Ču da premestim partiju. Ču da krenem sad s nekim pa... odlično.
Ovo se čuješ sve super, samo sve ko namestim kamericu.
I ti mi uvek reci ono...
Ma, to je to, nema šta.
Kad krećem.
Ok, jesmo spremni?
Da, da.
Spremni smo.
Welcome back to the official commentary of the European Chess Championship 2023 in Serbia. I'm going to be your official commentator for the next 11 days. My name is International Master Miodrag Perunović, Serbian national captain and head coach, AK the Butcher, and you're going to be dealing with me the next few days. So let's carry on with the analysis of the games, and I have a big satisfaction to analyze game of Serbian best player, Aleksandar Injic. He's white in this game. He's playing against Andrei Filip from Romania, and let's take a look at the game and how Aleksandar played this game. He went for his favorite d4. Lately he's performing well with d4, and I just have to say that Serbia has like pretty high expectations in this tournament. As you know, currently Serbian champion Velimir Ivić, he's getting back into a great shape. Yesterday we just discussed and he told me he got back into the 2600 club, so he's there. He's one of those guys who we believe that could be one of the top guys in this tournament. Aleksandar Injic is definitely Serbian best player, and he's the top board always for Serbia. He's fighting all these top guys. Lately he improved a lot. His rating went up, and he also solidified himself, which is a good thing. Aleksandar is a very, very strong tactical player, but when he goes with his d4 openings, and he always has like his own systems, he went with the Rubinstein variation against the Nimzo, went with this early a3, and after b6, bishop d3, bishop b7, played f3. For example, I already like White's position because he's got a possession of the bishop pair, and not only bishop pair, but he also has like a strong center. I really enjoy his game, I really enjoy his positions and his opening choices. So let's just wish these guys the best of luck. Okay, so after d6 he went with e4, such a logical move and pretty expected, knight bd7, and he went with bishop g5. He's interested in bringing his knight on e2, or even playing f4 followed by knight f3, as well as going with a thing such as, okay, this guy played e5, he played knight e2, yes, he couldn't play f4 now, castle, rook e8, castle short, knight f8. It's a very difficult position, I'd say, already for black, because he's having problems with the dark square bishop, and any kind of h6, it would just weaken the position of black on the dark squares and on the king side, because then he can just put the bishop back. That's what Inja did. Inja is his nickname in Serbian. And after like knight g6, he just goes with queen d2. I'm seeing some ideas with knight f5 and sacking on h6 after bishop c8, which prevents knight f5. He went with h3 because he's willing to go at some point with some f4, in which case knight g4 wouldn't be an option, but f4 is not a good thing at the moment because he would lose the bishop pair. So probably he maybe even wants to go back with the knight and push some, I don't know, maybe even some crazy g4. Very interesting. His opponent spent a big amount of time in this game, went You know what? First of all, if you play an opening where you play knight b8, knight bd7, knight f8, knight g6, okay, it's solid in terms of preventing f4. But he just spent so many tempi for bringing that knight in nothing else but defensive purposes. Also, bishop went on b7, then goes back on c8. Injic has a good game, and I really like White's prospects in this game. Okay, let's go to the next game. We'll definitely get back to this one. And we have Shukovic Andrei against Alexander Rakhmanov. Let's take a look at the game. Shukovic went with e4, so it's a French opening, played the knight c3, most aggressive approach. And Rakhmanov decided to take on e4. Rakhmanov is well known for his pretty odd opening choices. He always plays some either forgotten or very weird opening stuff, but that doesn't make him weaker. Actually, on the contrary, it's one of those 26-50 guys. So he's extremely good in those absolutely odd positions. Here, he went for the 4 knocks line of the Rubinstein of the French variation, where he just places this bishop on d7 and fast after on c6. So he just wants to get rid of the light square bishop for the knight on e4. Then after bishop d3, knight d7, castles, knight f6, played rook to e1. For example, I remember when Ivic played against Marcus in Belgrade GM tournament last year, the following thing. For example, it's not my cup of tea when you play like rook e1 and just defend and allow your opponent to exchange everything. And that's exactly what Rakhmanov did in this game. Played bishop e7, but Shukovic went with that idea of Ivic, who played it against last year against Marcus. So rook g4, bishop f6, played bishop g5 and h6. It's not fully according to my taste. I'm not saying this is a bad line, but somehow I have a feeling that Rakhmanov is very close to equalizing in a position like this, because White allowed lots of simplifications here. Okay, probably White should be happy with the draw in the game, but you just always have to play objectively the game of chess. Like Fischer used to say, against pieces, not against. Okay, so after castles, queen b5, pretty weird move. Maybe more solid would be just some rook d1, bringing the last piece into the game. He played queen b5, and after knight b6, we're just waiting to see what's going to happen there. I don't see attack for White. Position is already a lot more simplified. So it's really interesting how is he going to perform and to carry on with the attack in this position. Okay, let's move on to the next game. I wouldn't spend so much time on this one. Okay, let's go for Manuel Petrosian against Gal Zhoka. It's a woman I am with a black piece. Is Manuel Petrosian a strong Armenian player? So let's go with first opening moves. Another Nimzo. One thing is very obvious in this tournament. Lots of guys go with the King's Indian and Nimzo opening. So those two, I also see lots of Catalan openings in the first round. And we already have like favorites of these guys in the first round. It's the Catalan with white pieces, and those are with the black pieces, Nimzo and King's Indian. So another Rubinstein line, bishop d2. It's one of those side lines in Rubinstein, which is definitely the main option against the French. And after bishop d2, it goes like, so let's just see what's happening there. So after like bishop d2, c5, a3, bishop c3, knight e4, knight e2, solidify himself, f3, knight c3, and rook e8. We just have to say that when you play like this, it's very interesting that in this position, he just goes with, okay, Manuel Petrosian allowed black to simplify this game a lot. Did he play? He played bishop e2, maybe, okay, bishop e2, bishop b7, and it's his turn. Unfortunately for him, he can't play d5 because of he takes d5 followed by rook takes e3. So maybe he just has to find a way to defend that pawn on e3 so he can push the d5. Why d5? Because he would get a space. That's the first thing. And second thing, he would defend the pawn on e3. While we're just waiting for Petrosian to make his move, I would just like to welcome you back once again into the official broadcasting of the European Chess Championship that takes place in Serbia. 484 players from 40 federations. It's a crazy record because we've never had so many players in one competition. Hopefully you're going to be enjoying my commentary and all these games in the next 11 days. If you have any suggestions, feel free to come up with this and just post it in the chat rooms. I'm just going to read that once in a while and make sure that everything works out perfectly well. We also have to thank to Serbian Chess Federation and European Chess Union for organizing this competition. You can really see a high standards in the competition. And for my taste, I also have to thank to the guys who are just in the background, just behind me, and who are actually allowing everything to happen here. So everything works smooth and everything works properly. Hopefully you're just satisfied. Okay, let's carry on with the games. So next game is Matan Gorodetsky against Maxim Chigayev. Chigayev is one of those guys whose opening preps I'm really fond of because he's always spot on and he's always, you know, like cutting edge prepared with both white and black. So Gorodetsky played e4, a5, knight f3, knight c6, played Juco piano or Italian opening. After knight f6 went with that modern solid approach with d3. Does the thing. He just goes with this, and after d3, bishop c5. I already spoke about this position previously where black has more solid but a little bit more passive bishop e7, bishop c5, and there is also a very modern approach with h6 followed by g5 by black. Chigayev went for bishop c5, knight c3. It's more likely to go with the knight c3 when the bishop is on e7. So he just went with this, h6. Now he just flirts with some g5 ideas, a6 creating like shelter for the bishop, a3, d6, b4. Everything in this position looks symmetrical, but after bishop e3, castles, h3, bishop e6, pretty equal position, although when you're black, you don't mind to play games like this. When you're a better player, just like Chigayev is in this game, you don't mind to play equal games and slowly to, you know, just maneuver in the game and waiting for the mistake of your opponent. So after d4, which is also an okay idea by white, queen d7, f4, he solidifies himself and puts his rook back into the game. Rook f2, and now we're just waiting. Rook f2 is a very, I would say, interesting move because you never know if he wants to go with some queen d2, rook a2, f1, or even in some circumstances with rook to d2 and breaking in the center with e5. Although we're now just waiting for Chigayev to come up with something, he's taking a little bit more time in this game, which means that he's just figuring out a plan how to either push for a win or just how to create like a pretty solid position and wait for the opponent's mistake afterwards in the middle game. Position looks roughly equal, let's be honest. So let's carry on with the next game. Shant Sargsyan against Milan Yotsev. Let's take a look at the game. Obviously it was the King's Indian, another King's Indian, another main line, knight f3, bishop e2, and when Yotsev went for the main line e5, Shant Sargsyan went for castles. And here, Yotsev went for this surprising bishop g4. Nowadays, it's considered to be, this is definitely a sideline, and you usually go with the bishop g4 without e5. Here, when you committed yourself with e5, it can be pretty risky because then you don't have all those ideas cope with the typical idea of the attack on the king side, like in Mar del Plata. But let's see, d5, interesting. And after a5 goes with bishop e3, knight a6 goes with a3, so he can go at some point rook b1 and b4. Knight f to d7. Obviously, he wants to give up the light square bishop for the knight and break in the center with f5. And knight d2, exchanging the light square bishops, queen e2, and playing knight c5. Okay, white goes with b3, and queen h4. Typical King's Indian play by black. He's just hoping for some King's Indian attack. Shan Sargsyan played rook b1 to go with b4, doing more of like getting space on the queen side. And after f5, f3, bishop h6 makes perfect sense to exchange the dark square bishop in the King's Indian because usually it shuts off and in the game, and you just want to get rid of potentially weak minor piece. Bishop f2, queen h5, it's okay, and here it's white's turn. This didn't go that bad for black. I'm pretty okay with the black's position. Okay, white enjoys some space. He's willing to decide whether he wants to go with b4 or not. Maybe even some g4 at some point, going after that queen on h5. Although I don't see a real problems for black in this position, and it looks, I'd say roughly equal, but definitely white is the one who enjoys a little bit more space, which is a typical thing for the King's Indian positions. Let's switch to another one. And just like I told you, and I'll repeat it again, I'll try to make sure to check as many games as possible. I don't like when commentators, like just focused on one or two games and they're just analyzing those games like all the time. Basically, I'll just try to cover as many games as possible, especially because it's the first round and we have so many weaker guys who are just fighting against better guys. So let's just hope that there are going to be some underdog wins. So Bodiroga, Serbian IM, who went with, this guy started like Abbasov Nijat, a very experienced player from Azerbaijan, went with the Grunfeld opening. It looked to me like he wants to play the King's Indian, but then he went with the Grunfeld d5. Bodiroga went with this bishop e3, queen d2, rook c1, favorite Kramnik's line. When it appeared like 15 years ago, it was an absolute, a lead to play with the white pieces. Nowadays, black found some ways of finding these positions, but let's see. Bishop g4, it's what Carlsen did against Nepo in one of his games, and knight g5. Knight g5 is one of those moves where you don't want to let them take on f3 and you just want to fight against the light square bishop with h3. So knight g5 could work a little bit better if the knight was on d7, because then you have problems with the bishop that is in the middle of nowhere. But let's just see. After knight a6, okay, h3, bishop goes back to d7, bishop e2, and played e6. A typical Grunfeld game, and one of the main ideas of having the rook on c1, because it's absolutely not schoolish type of chess to go with a rook in front of the pawn and not on the open file, is to do this one, to go and push the d5. So now the c3 is defended by rook, by queen, and they can't take pawn on c3 by the bishop on g7 and queen on a5. So after like e takes, rook e8, Bodiroga played short castle, and to my taste, white absolutely has a nice position out of the opening after these first 16 moves. It's okay position. He enjoys a little bit more space. Theoretically speaking, he also did a pretty good job. And this is going to be an interesting to watch afterwards. Let's go, another game. So we just have Kovalev against Piliposian, Robert Piliposian. Kovalev, who's got a very interesting opening choices, went for the ready opening, himself, gave his opponent center, played knight c3, and what is he doing? I don't know if you noticed this. He's playing King's Indian reversed. Although this guy played with the knight c6, not with c5, so it's more like some sort of paired opening now. After d takes, black went with the bishop g4, castle h3, and here we have mistake in the broadcast. Queen d5 certainly wasn't the move on the board. Queen d3, and after queen d3, rook d1. So this is definitely mistake in the broadcast, because probably with the DGT board, because you see he's not supposed to give up his queen on d5 for nothing afterwards. So we're just gonna switch to another game. Vandal against Maxim Rothstein. This looks like a rouser game, let's see, or some neither. It's Sicilian. It started with this, and yes, it's rouser game. The main move is bishop g5, that's what white went for. Maxim Rothstein played e6, queen d2, bishop e7, and went for the line with a6. An idea of a6 is not to give white possibility to jump with the knight on b5, pressuring d6 pawn, but at the same time, he just wants to take on d4 and break on the queen side with b5 at some point. Okay, after bishop f6, g takes, f4, queen c7. Okay, he's just defending the knight on c6, so he's preparing himself for b5, or he just wants to take on d4 and afterwards play some queen c5, because any kind of an endgame should be preferable for black. After bishop e2, knight takes, queen c5. This is exactly what I told you. He's happy with the bishop pair to trade the queens off. And after queen c5, white went with g4, b5, and played h4. Bishop b7, and it's white to move. I already prefer black's game here. No, there is nothing wrong that white did in this game, but somehow looking upon these opponents and the rating difference and also the style of position, where you in every single moment can trade the queens off and absolutely grind down your opponent with the bishop pair afterwards, that should be absolutely fine for black. I'm okay with the black's game here, and I don't see any problems in this type of game. Then we have Alexander Motilev against Ferenc Gombos. Okay, Motilev, who was once European champion like many years ago, and coach of these best Russian players, he just went with knight f3 and played the Rai Lopez. So after a6, bishop a4, d6, Steinitz variation, bishop d7, and Motilev played c4. Nowadays, c4 is considered to be one of the best options for white. White just wants to decide whether he wants to first take on c6 and play d4, which has some similarities between some Marazzi bind structures, but also in some of these positions they want to go knight c3, d3, and jump and get a great outpost d5 with the knight. It's a very interesting position. This is a relatively good approach, and lately white has lots of good results with c4. Knight g on e7, knight c3, g6, and here Motilev opted for d4. Bishop g7, he took on e5. I just have to say that Motilev is always theoretically great prepared, and I like his games, especially with white pieces. Knight e5, d takes. He played bishop g5, f6, provoking some weaknesses on the light squares on the king side. Bishop e3, takes by queen, goes back with the queen threatening on b7, and out of nowhere black made long castle. I don't like it. I don't like it. Simply it gives white a great initiative. Motilev jumps on d5, takes by c pawn, and now he says, hey buddy, I don't want to trade the queens, I want to mate your king, friend. So he goes with queen c2, bishop f8, and now it's Motilev's turn, but obviously black is going to hardly survive this game, because I'm just expecting some rook f c1, a4, b4 with a strong mating threats along the c file and on the king side. Motilev has a big advantage already. Let's go to next one, And there we go. This is a good friend of mine playing with white pieces, Nikola Marcetic, playing against Rasmus Vane, an extremely solid and strong guy from Germany. When I say solid, I mean in terms of his solidity in his chess, because he's always playing tough positions. He's a hard and tough nut to crack. So basically, we're just seeing a very interesting game. But let's take a look at the opening, because Marcetic is not taking much time. Well, his opponent did it. So after d4, knight f3, he went for London opening. This guy went for c5, he played e3, played knight c6, and played knight c3. So he just opted for his weird opening systems, played here knight c3, and after queen a5, where black attempts to jump on e4, played queen d2, hyper solid to trade the queens off at some point, stops knight b5, and Marcetic decided to take on c5 after e6, played knight d4, which is aimed against easy game by black and taking on c5, and also against center. Queen takes c5, and here he played knight a4. He's got a quite nice position, and do you know what is shocking? They just played 10 moves, and his opponent is left with almost 7 minutes on the clock. To me, it almost looks incredible. But let's just see what's going to happen in this game, because it's very, very unusual to see a top GM spending so much time for just 10 moves, especially considering the fact that he's playing against Marcetic. He will know why did I say that. So after knight a4, we're just expecting by black here to go with queen a7 or queen e7. Queen b4 is just a solid thing there. But okay, he has to go with the queen a7 or queen a7. If queen b4, he's going to trade the queens off and jump with the knight on b6. So basically, he just has to decide. Probably queen a7. And then we just have to see what white prepared up his sleeve. Okay, so let's go for the next one. Let's go with this one. The thing is, after, I definitely think that the queen a7 should be the move here, because on queen e7, knight b6 also, actually on queen e7, knight b6 wins for white. So queen a7 is the only move. There is only one move. I don't even know why does he take so much time. And is there something here that we're just missing? Queen a7. And what is Marcetic going to do? Maybe bishop c7. Maybe he's afraid of that. But in that case, b5. No, b5, knight c6. This is looking okay. This knight a4 looks like a good practical attempt by white. So he's just doing good in this position. I like white's position, and this is going to be an interesting game. A very, very interesting game, full of okay. So the thing is, so queen b4, he's just going to exchange the queens and jump knight b6. Queen e7, knight b6 wins on the spot. And queen a7, but in that case, he's probably afraid of some bishop. I'm just saying probably, because there are some lines to calculate there, some bishop c7, for example. But I don't see anything else but that one. Quite an interesting game, and we'll get back to this one a little bit later. Let's go with Vocaturo against Eren Ataberk. Quite an interesting game. Obviously, this was another boring line Lopez. Bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, the main line, and here Vocaturo decided to go with bishop takes e6, d3, playing knight bd2, and going after the pawn on e5. So after bishop e6, which stops and prevents knight c4, he goes with the knight b3, which usually goes on a5 at some point. That's exactly what black did, played a5 himself, jump with the knight there because he's now eyeing both pawn on b7 and at some point square c4. So after queen b8, he played b4, quite an interesting treatment by Vakatura. He now supports the knight on a5, plays bishop b2 and goes after potentially weak pawn. After knight d7, goes with the knight g5 to win the bishop or to remove so he can jump with the knight on c4. Vakatura plays quite a good game, and he now just wants to go after the e5, but okay. Let's take a look at this one, queen a1, going after the pawn on e5. Black played f6, knight on h3. Okay, pretty unclear position. He's maybe having a little bit more pleasant pawn structure, but black also had, I don't see any problems in the black's position either. Maybe, it's okay, it's unclear position. Let's just get back to the game, previous game, because previous game was very interesting. Marcetic against Aha. Now we have like the real timing, and I just thought that the Svane was going into the time trouble, but that wasn't the case. So the clocks weren't like good, and now they're just set up properly. So we now have the game, and let's just see what happened in previous few moves. So after like queen a7, and I told you that it's the only move, he captured on c6, played queen a5, and after bishop e7, queen c7, went with this queen trading idea, played bishop d3, and now Svane has a typical position for his chess. He likes these equal or just tiny bit better positions for himself, and he knows how to grind down his opponents. Let's go to Danielian against Kollars, another strong player from Germany, Dmitry Kollars. He's always well prepared. He knows his stuff. He went for Sicilian, but his opponent, Danielian, played just a Moscow system. After bishop d7, queen d7, castles, knight f6, queen e2, goes with c3, d4, d5, e5, knight e4, and we just have one of the classic, almost main positions of these lines. Usually those are pretty dry positions. It's very hard to score a win with the black pieces in a game like this. But there is one great thing about these German guys. They really enjoy these type of slow positions and long-lasting games where they just have to grind down their opponent and somehow squeeze them down. It's very interesting for German players, and they're all positionally very strong, and they just have like great experience in those type of games. After bishop b4, bishop f4, castles, h4, h5, white just prepares for some sort of action on the king side, but here now Kollars is the one who takes some action. He wants to trade the queens off. b4, going with a rook lifting, and f5, okay, just in time to fight against his initial actions. Played rook to e1 and played rook to e8. Just let's see something. Queen e6, is that possible in this position? Queen e6, rook e6. What are we missing in this one? Pawn on h5 is hanging, actually, that's the point. Queen e6, rook e6, rook takes h5. Roughly equal position. It looks okay for white, considering the fact that he's like, there is a big rating gap between those two guys. So it's relatively, I'd say, unclear position and game. Okay, let's go with the next one. Bartosz Soczko against Matthias Palzert. Interesting position. Let's take a look at this. This was Sicilian, Taiman of defense, knight c6 and queen c7. Soczko went with f4. It's one of the options. In one of the games, we had a game where the guy played bishop e3, a6, knight takes e6, plays, and in these positions, white usually goes with bishop d3, bishop d2, and queen e2. So let's see what happened there. He played queen e2, so any b4 could be faced with knight e5, plays bishop d2, and now goes with a long castle. What is interesting about these positions, that white should do the pawn storm on the king side, and on the other hand, black should be playing on the c file by placing the rook on c8 and breaking with b4, getting an open c file and doing stuff like that. Knight e7, a3, which prevents b4 at some point, not here. Rook f1, usually it goes like this, supporting some f5, f6 ideas, and here the guy played f5, Sochko played g4, and to my taste, very likable type of the game for white. Played king b1, d5, captured on f5, and played e5. Queen e6, queen e1 to go. He can play rook g1 because of the rook on, because of the bishop on c5. Played knight e2, rook goes on g1, trying to double his heavy pieces along the g file, and okay, black also found some sort of counter-attacking chances with the knight e3 and so, but somehow I wouldn't mind playing this with white pieces because he's got, in my opinion, just an easier type of the game along the g file and on the king side. So let's go with the next one, Sochko's position. Game looks pretty unclear, but somehow, just like I told you, maybe white just has a little bit easier game. Marat Denishev against Kuzubov. So Denishev went with this typical approach against the Nimzo players. You always want to play the Queen's Indian, but when they play d5, then you go either with knight c3 or g3 Catalan. This one, and in one of the games today we had bishop g5. This guy just went with e3, which is nothing else but Meran defense. Played queen c2 with the idea of bishop d6 g4. Actually, g4 is just one of ideas, and he didn't play that, but he went with a more solid bishop e2. After castle b6, b3, bishop b7, bishop b2, rook c8, rook a d1. Queen e7, fighting against, fighting in the center. He wants to take on c4 and break in the center with e5. That's a very interesting one. Okay, Kuzubov, and this guy was the first one to break in the center. He captured by knight, brought another knight, and broke with c5. These type of games are usually okay for both sides because white has his bishops. First of all, his open d file, bishop on b2 is doing a good job. Potentially, he can maybe even organize the attack. But from another point of view, we just okay. The thing is, you know, like c5 equalizes the game, gets both of these bishops open, so it's really, really nice one. Okay, so let's go with rook f to e1, takes, rook d4, e5, and this is the point. Relatively fine position for both sides. Another game where both of these opponents scored what both of them were trying to achieve. Black is definitely hoping for some e4 and d3, or just getting some space or using these bishops. From another point of view, white should also be very happy because he's got, if he moves some knight d4, knight f5 at some point, but he just has to make sure how to do it, because bishop on e2 supports the knight on f3, and if he moves the bishop, even bishop f3 ideas exist for black. So these are the points, and we're just going to discuss this one. Okay, let's go with the next one. Tersahayan, Yotam Shohat. Okay, so Terasahayan played Nimzo and played with f3. This is the third game today in these top boards that we're seeing this f3 approach. It's called same-ish variation. Idea is to go with e4, knight c6, e4, and after e5, a3, e takes. White already has after 10 moves, he had a better position because he enjoys a relatively good game with the bishop pair and with a full solid control of the center. I really like White's game here. After castles, knight e2, knight f4 to control the center, knight e5, queen b3, castles. Here, any b5 he faced with the knight d5, bishop e3. A very lovely position for White due to the bishop pair and better control of the center and the queen side. So we're slowly but surely getting into those positions where we're just going to check few more games, and after that we go back to a starting positions. Here we're just watching one of these Serbian talented kids. Ivanovic Marko played knight c3, played knight f3, and Max Varverdam against g3 went for the best continuation. He played g6. So he now opted to go for the dragon opening because after he started with Rouser, but after g3 he now transposes into a good variation for black of dragon with g6. Bishop g2, he played bishop d7, h3, bishop g7, bishop a3, knight e5, by the way, to jump on c4 here. And after this, played queen c8. What a bad blunder by a Serbian youngster. He blundered that the knight on c3 is hanging as well as the pawn on h3. He's known as a guy who is capable of winning some games surprisingly well, but also he can blunder so bad. Here he already blundered pawn against Varverdam, and you know when that happens on such level, these guys are going to take advantage of that instantly. Varverdam plays rook e8, he's up a pawn, and he's the one who is certainly not going to have so many problems to convert this into a full point. Vrnjacka against Spasic. Vrnjacka, he's having full control of the game. Sicilian, Spasic went for Rouser and bishop c4. I've noticed that another very popular opening is Rouser's system with the black pieces. Not so many neither games, at least nowadays, where we have a big rating gap and difference between these guys. So bishop c4 shows in variation that Fischer liked to go with white pieces, goes with f4, short castles, and breaks with f5 along the f file. I like this one. This is a nice one. So he's taking advantage of the bishop on b3. And after this, bishop knight d4, bishop d4, rook c8, queen d3. Very nice logical play by White. He's taking control of the most important central squares. Spasic played king h8, removing from the diagonal by this light square bishop. And after rook a to d1. So take a look at the White's play. White is just not taking anything that special. He's just playing these normal moves. But slowly but surely, he's taking bigger and bigger advantage. Played king h1, solidifying himself, improving the position of the rook, and Spasic played rook a c8. The question is, should White take on e6 first and break with e5? Should he go with even some knight d5 ideas, because there is a bishop hanging on e7? Position already looks very critical for black, and he's going to have lots of difficulties because having the queen on a5 threatens nothing. Having both of these rooks on the c file, it looks okay, but these rooks basically don't do anything that's special because he won't be able to second exchange for the knight on c3. So White has a big advantage. And we can now go for many more games like this, but I'm just suggesting you to go back to starting first games and to see what's happening on the first boards. So if you guys have any like special requests for some of these first and top games, I'm always open for your suggestions, but let's just go with the first board. Vuk Damjanovic against Sargsyan. I already spoke about Vuk Damjanovic and how he lately improved a lot, and he's making some very nice games and scoring good results lately. Here, position looks relatively okay for black. I don't think Sargsyan should be unhappy with this position, but I also don't see any serious problems for white. Yes, he's up a pawn, but he's having problems with the castle. So maybe from practical point of view, this position looks a little bit more preferable for black. But let's see, because we stopped at some point after queen a4. If you remember, we analyzed it up to knight e4, and then we stopped with this game. Damjanovic captured in d5, played c4, which looks like a logical approach because he enjoys bishop pair and he just wants to open up the game. So he went for c4, Sargsyan played short castle, a3, took on c4 and played bishop e6. Sargsyan in this game was looking for some sort of initiative right after the opening. So after bishop b2, bishop c4, queen c4, played knight a5 and decided to sack a pawn with c5. After queen to d3, now white is having problems with the castle. Although, for what? For the sake of one pawn, he opted to grab a pawn and now trying to defend himself. Just like I said, maybe a little bit more preferable for black. Also consider the psychological effect. Here Sargsyan was the one who sacrificed the pawn and who should be a little bit more satisfied with the current position. We can just wait a little bit more on this one. I would just like once again to welcome you into the broadcasting of the European Championship 2023, and once again to emphasize one big thing. There is a record of number of participants, 484 players from 40 federations. We've never had that in any of these competitions. We're very pleased to have it here in Serbia and to have all these big names. They're just fighting for top 23 places. So 23 guys are just going to qualify for the World Cup this year. Let's just see, queen d3, preventing castle. We're waiting for white's reaction, and in the meantime, we can just skip to the second game. Maritrosian against Bennett Hagner. Pretty interesting game, pretty crazy position. If you remember, we stopped this at the moment when he played bishop e2, and then I was guessing that he was gonna go with some bishop f3 and short castle, but he went with this, took on e7, played a4, jumped with the knight on a4 and c5, and okay position. I don't see problems for black in this game, even though probably when you play against these guys and they do these kinds of things like jumping with a knight towards your king and getting some space on the queen side, looks like they're doing something that's special, but he also has like a greatly placed knight on d5. His pawn structure is solid, material is just equal, and he doesn't have an easy time if he wants to go with castle because of queen h4 and rook dg8 as well. At the moment, white just threatens to takes. He just threatens to take on a6. What is black going to do? Is he gonna go with queen d6, which is going to defend on a6 and threaten the pawn on h2? Will he go with rook d6? By the way, you have to notice one thing. I'm trying to analyze these games, I'm trying to analyze these games without checking the engines and without checking the assessments of the engine. So just trying to get like a human approach to these things and human thinking. So if I make some mistakes during the analysis, I believe it's way more human than just looking at the engines and telling you like, according to engine this, according to engine that. I believe it just brings more human nature and approach to these games. And also, believe me, even when we look at the games of these guys, oops, what happened in this game? So the guy just decided to play e5. e5, why would he open up the game? He went after the king. White played king f1 and then he took on d4. At first glance, it looks dangerous, but at the same time, he's just opened up and weakened his king on c8 as well. What is white going to do here? He can take on d4. Yes, he can take on d4 by queen. He can consider, this is pretty interesting, he can also consider taking on b7 and taking on d4 afterwards. Now I prefer my light square bishop against the knight in any kind of an endgame. Interesting. He decided to go after the king on e1. Maritrosian shouldn't be too unhappy with this type of the game. I don't know, maybe some knight b7, queen d4, or just maybe, yeah, because the knight on c5 is hanging, so he has to commit himself, whether he wants to take on d4 instantly, or he just wants to go with some sort of like knight b7, king b7 is not possible, so queen would have to take, and then queen d4. Any kind of middle game like this should be taken as a little bit better maybe for white. Okay, let's keep to another one. Shved against Anton Guijarro. Interesting game. We were looking at this game and I believe that we stopped at the moment here. Yes, we stopped at the moment here after d4 where position looked okay for white. Guijarro played bishop g7 and allowed his opponent to push d5. That's very interesting because I was expecting that black should be going with that. And after knight a5, d6 looks, it looks very tempting to go with this. But after d6, black is just going with knight c6. He just wants to go knight b4, harassing the light square bishop. His bishop on g7 looks open, but also bishop on b7 looks okay. So that's why Guijarro's position already at this point looked absolutely more comfortable. So after knight b2, g5, look at the move g5. I like it from human's point of view. I like it a lot because it creates lots of mess in your thoughts during the game. Oh my goodness, my opponent is going to go after my king. So he went with g5, knight b3, goes with knight takes b3 and keep on harassing this knight. g4, now playing h5 to defend and to carry on with the movement of pieces, took the pawn and played bishop e4, and with a pawn up, I absolutely find Guijarro's position great. His opponent went with a4. It's Guijarro's turn, but he's up a pawn and he absolutely has full control of the game here. We can just say that he's the one who's in the driver's seat in this one. Okay, so Guijarro is performing well. Navarra, I very much like his style. I very much like and enjoy his games, and let's just go back because we stopped analyzing when in Navarra's game was bishop b3, and we just said here he enjoys a little bit more space and positional game, waiting for the mistake of his opponent. Black went for a5, Navarra stopped the a4 ideas by black, brought the bishop back, and wants to break in the center with e4. That's exactly what he did, because he overprotected the pawn on e4 and now breaks in the center, plays h3, keep on solidifying his game and play g4. A very strong move and after knight f4, bishop g3. For example, most of us wouldn't dare to play move like g4 because it just gives the knight a fantastic f4 outpost, but probably Navarra doesn't have problems. Not probably, he doesn't have problems with that, and he correctly assessed that the knight on f4 maybe looks dominating, but he doesn't do so many useful things. So after queen b6, queen d2, f5, made sure to take on f5. He first took on f4, now he takes on f5, and he's willing to take advantage of the open G file afterwards. It's very interesting to see, of course, that black has to take by bishop on f5. So is he looking, of course, bishop f5, rook f5. Is he gonna go with a long castle, rook g1, rook h g1, and rook d on e1? At the same time, he just has to, black has to cope with some knight h4 ideas as well, also with the queen d3 idea. Well, white looks okay. White looks okay in this position, and reminds me of those boring or problematic King's Indian positions where the bishop on g7 doesn't have so many things to do, and this bishop on g7 is in trouble because it's restricted by the pawns b2, c3, and d4. That's what I usually teach my students when you play against the bishop on g7. Place these pawns in middle games on the color of that bishop so you can restrict it fully. Here, that's the way it is. After knight f5, of course, that black has to take bishop f5. And now I'd be interested in Navarra's continuation. Of course, that he's going to take bishop f5, rook takes f5, and most likely, is he going to go with a long castle or king f1, or even in some circumstances short castle? That's going to be interesting to see. Because after a long castle, I see some queen b3 by black. So this would be an interesting thing. Very interesting game by Navarra, especially that moment and sequence where he played and went for g4, allowing his opponent to jump with the knight on f4. Good one. Okay, we're moving to another one, Novkovic, Jules Mussar. So Mussar is up 2 pawns here. He's having full control of the game, but how does this happen? Because Novkovic opted for queen c2, if you remember, in the King's Indian, and I told you when he played queen c2, it's not the main move. I told you here that white had to play maybe f3 and go with this thing. He didn't do that. He went with queen c2, and after c6, where his opponent was just hoping for that idea, castle, he didn't go instantly for d5, but provoked him to do f3. And he couldn't do f3 because of, in that case, bishop on e3 would be weak. So played rook a to e1, and he just grabbed his pawn. And that's exactly a problem when you play against these top guys. They instantly punish your opening mistakes and without any hesitation go with this. Queen d2, queen e7. That queen has just done its job and it's going back just to some retirement. So queen e7, bishop f3, and queen solidifies itself. He's up a pawn after bishop f4. He just said, hey, man, don't you even try to get a pawn back. So bishop e5, b4, bishop d7, fully solidifying himself. He even sacked another pawn, and he lost himself at some point there. Now he's up 2 pawns, and black has full control of the game. Probably he just has to complete his development, find a way to develop knight on b8. Maybe since he's 2 pawns up, he can convert and transfer that position easier into calm waters by sacking 1 pawn and just solidifying his development. Let's go with the next game. Mussar already looks great. This is game between Pretke and Stefan Tadic. I already spoke about Pretke and that from today he became Serbian player, got a Serbian citizenship, and that That is like a great improvement for Serbian national team. After like bishop c4, b6, c takes, b3, and after bishop b7, bishop b2, Vrnjacka played bishop d3, played that bishop on e4. That if you remember, in my commentary in the beginning, I said that the bishop goes on e4, queen d7, rook went on c1, and young Tadic played knight b4. Maybe rook f to d8 was good enough there as well. After bishop d4, he sacked a pawn, played knight to d3. Interesting sequence of moves. And after rook c8, now we have a mistake in, we now have mistake on the DGT board, so we can't fully believe what's happening on the board, and we just have to quit this game and to skip on the next one. Wojtaszek, Filip, Lucian. Wojtaszek looks like having a game in full control. There is a material balance, but take a look at this one. His pieces are more active. White is just trying to defend this weakness on b3. It's a weak pawn, obviously, while at the same time he's got a weak, isolated pawn on d5, but it cannot be called weakness as well. And that's why in a game like this, we just have to say that we should be preferring black. Okay, so it's a nice game for Wojtaszek. Yes, Esipenko against Manafov. Once again, we're just checking position where there is full material balance, and it's equal in terms of material. But if you look at the position, this is one of those positions where you're certainly going to grind down your opponent in the long term. You got a bishop here, you definitely have this pawn majority on the king side. You can play f4, e5. You have potentially great, amazing bishop on g2. He's got potential weakness on b7, on d4 as well. Your bishop on c1 just fully and ideally restricts knight on c4. White just looks great. From my point of view, this is technically much better, close to be, maybe I'm exaggerating here, but close to be technically winning for white, especially considering this rating gap between these guys. Okay, now we're just moving a little bit faster. Danov against Gelfand. Danov, it looks okay for both of these guys. Gelfand, not so, Gelfand was considered to be one of the most solid and one of the most positional players for the last 30 years. Here he just went with this open e-file. He now goes with f4. And that's why it doesn't look like a typical Gelfand type of position. Although there is an unlucky thing for white. He can't play knight g4 because of bishop on c8. He probably has to go back with the knight from e3 to d1 and reroute that knight, but then b takes e4. So after f4, he probably has to go with knight d, but knight d5 doesn't help. Knight d5. I like f4. I like f4 from practical point of view, and I see lots of practical problems for white in this game. Knight d5. You might be going with. Not. I don't know, b takes e4, knight d5, c takes, and queen d5. That's very interesting. But on that knight d5, c takes d5, queen d5, maybe there is an interesting line. Rook a7. And when knight takes a7, rook e7. If I'm missing something, I apologize, but I'm just trying to come up with some interesting things for white. Although I like f4 by Gelfand, and Also, take a look at the clocks. White is having time problems, so even time consuming, we just have to say that black has psychological and in terms of time and even in terms of position has some sort of initiative here. So we're just checking these practical moments. Milosevic already lost to Šarić. That's very interesting. So they just began their game pretty recently, and let's take a look at the full game. Unfortunately, Milosevic opted for Petrov defense. I told you in the beginning that I didn't like his opening choice. Šarić went with the c4 and knight c3. He's always one of those guys who you should be following when it comes to white pieces and his opening preps. After bishop d3, bishop g4, played h3, and here I said, if you remember, that because Šarić was taking a pretty serious amount of time, that most likely Milosevic was bluffing him. So Šarić decided to take on h7. That's what I told you. And you see, Milosevic couldn't even come up with g6 probably because of bishop g6, because if you remember, I spent quite a good amount of time showing you lines after g6, bishop g6, and it was winning. After rook e8, he played bishop e4, bishop g5, bishop takes g5, and played queen d2. He was happy to trade the queens off because he was up a pawn. Milosevic traded his queens off, rook a to e1, c6, f4, and Šarić was up a pawn, healthy up a pawn from like first 15 moves. King g7, h4, h5, doing minority attack, swapping off this. Rook takes c3, he just swapped another pawns, and also fixed his pawn structure. Here after this is like technical thing for these top guys. Šarić brought it back to the second rank. Played a4, a5, played b4, moved his king into the center, broke with c5 and penetrated with the king. So after this, went all the way to the pawn on b7, played rook to d2, won that pawn and won the game very, very easily. Well, that's what happens. I am free to say that because I was occasionally coaching Milosevic. That's what happens when you don't play your openings. He just went and opted for Petrov defense. You can't play and you can't bluff these guys, and this was relatively easy win for white. Here we're analyzing game Nisti against Sarana. Sarana, whose chess I've been following lately, he's really strong. I really like his games. A typical representative of Russian chess school who likes to grind down his opponents, but also typical representative of these young generations in chess lately who know their opening stuff really well, and he's just always spot on, perfectly well prepared, and also he doesn't escape from these. For example, take a look at this position. It looks roughly equal, but I don't have any doubts that he's going to slowly but surely grind down his opponent, even obstacle at bishops. But it's interesting that this is exactly the way how you're supposed to play against lower rated opponents. You just have to sit and wait and to play normally and to wait for their mistake. Interesting game. Actually, not so interesting game, but interesting in terms of play, in terms of moves, in terms of psychology in chess. So we're just moving to Kirill Shevchenko. Kirill Shevchenko has more space here, enjoys okay game. He's got a bishop pair advantage. He just needs to solidify himself and to complete somehow his development. Black doesn't look that bad. He also has like a nice control of the center, and this looks okay. So we just have to sit and wait, and his last move was rook to b1. He probably wants to go with a3, and when the knight goes on a6 to go with before he goes with before, he first needs to solidify knight on c3 because it's going to be hanging by the queen on f6, and then to go with b4. Quite interesting, and that's what we want to have there as a possibility. By the way, while we're just waiting to see what's going to happen in these games and on these boards, I just have to tell you a couple of things. For the next couple of days, we'll just have to, we will have lots of guests here, and I'll be hosting, first of all, some of these GMs who win their games fairly easy, who are just doing good in this tournament. We're just going to have some other guests, like interesting ones, attractive ones, just for, you know, like trying to fulfill your taste, and not just all the time to analyze games and just games, but also to see also other participants in these tournaments, their interests, and how do they spend their time in this tournament, what are they doing. So just stay here and wait for more of this to come. Nothing is happening in this game. We're just jumping onto the next one. Bashirli against Nair. Nair is one of those always well-prepared Russian guys. So he's doing relatively good in this game. I like his position. King on c1 looks pretty weak, pretty exposed. Yes, he played c4, but that's the price he had to pay for having the king on c1 and under the attack. The last move by black was a4. He's trying to break onto the queen side. He's now trying to kind of bluff him with a4, but I'm pretty sure that when you play against these guys, it's not gonna work that easy. He can take on a3. Oh, he can play knight c6, huh? He's just did knight c6. And after queen to d3, probably he's gonna put knight from d5 to b4. Or first take on e3 and then take on b3. Position looks technically, I wouldn't dare to say winning for black, but it's very difficult position for white. King is weak. He's defending. Yeah, I like knight c6, defending this knight and doing stuff like this. Let's go with the next game. Ivanchuk against Sahakian. Okay, he's not up materially, but his knight is doing a little bit better than knight on b6, which has like defensive role, defending control on d7 and defending the pawn on c4. Ivanchuk played knight c6. Ivanchuk played knight c6, going after the pawn on a7. It would be very interesting to see what is black going to do here, because he definitely needs to find a way to reactivate himself somehow. I definitely don't think that he should be defending the pawn on a7, because even if you try, first of all, you cannot defend it by rook e7 because there is knight on c6. If you play rook e8, that should be very bad because you're misplacing the rook. So he just has to find a way to activate himself, and that's what he's doing here, playing knight a4. It's not going to be easy for Ivanchuk to win this. He's doing a little bit better, but it's not going to be easy because position is pretty simplified. Let's go to the next one. Cheparinov is playing against Van Forest. Cheparinov is up a pawn, healthy pawn up. He's got a passed pawn. He's got a bishop and the queen. You know, according to rule of Capablanca, queen and knight do a lot better than queen and bishop, but here there is only one problem in comparison to that rule. Black is up a pawn. So black is the one who's in the driver's seat here, and of course, for a player of Cheparinov's level, this should be like a technical thing. So let's just carry on with broadcasting and see what's going to happen there, but I absolutely have no doubts that Cheparinov is going to win this. Here we're just having Bakro against Fred Simons. Bakro, when he did that f5 move, if you remember, we stopped here, and I said after f5 that I very much enjoy White's position. I really enjoy, in general, I like Bakro's games. He goes with Queen b3, goes with Rook f to d1, played Queen c2, and look how he was all the time maneuvering and shuffling his pieces all over the board and creating weakness. E6, c6, on the c file, thanks to the bishop on g2, having the knight e5, knight f4 possibilities. I really enjoy his play here, and somehow his position looks a lot better already. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Sergio Bermudez against Grandilius. Grandilius is in full control of the game. This guy cannot play b3 because of knight c3. He wants to go all the way down with a queen c2. Grandilius is doing great here. And I also believe this is going to be one of those technical games. So black is much better, obviously. Queen c2 is threatened, followed by rook d3, queen d3, b3. Never should be a possibility here. So he played queen e6. Aha, this guy played knight f3, okay, of course. And now he plays queen e6. On a3, b3 doesn't work because of knight c3. He's doing some... On a3, is he gonna play queen a2? Yeah, queen a2 is interesting because he threatens knight c3. Okay. Yeah, this is an interesting one. Okay. Black is a lot better here. Black is a lot better here. So let's go with Bazakutsa against Korobov. Korobov 5 against 5. Oof. I don't see big troubles for black in this position. Korobov is certainly a big favorite in this game, but it doesn't look that bad for, yeah, it doesn't look bad at all for a black player. So this is going to be one of those tough games that White has to push for a win, since he's a way better player, but black is so far doing really good. Let's go with the next one. It's Yordanov against Ponomarev. Ponomarev launched the attack. He swapped off the dark square bishops in the King's Indian. I believe, even though position looks relatively equal, that black is the one who's gonna, from practical point of view, who should be pushing for a win here. Okay, next one is Santos Latassa against Burtsu. Latassa is in complete control. He's completely winning. Both of these knights are doing a great job. He threatens b7, and we're just waiting for black to call it a day. So b7 is threatened. Yeah, this is completely lost, and black is going to resign every single moment. Let's go with the next one. Velikic Donchenko. Donchenko is fighting against the weakness on b3. That's one thing. Another thing is, apart from having this weakness on b3, is having a great bishop on d4. He's having these pieces on the b and the e file, so Donchenko is doing really good here. Also, bishop on d4 opposes this bishop on a1 and its activity. Knight on e5 can come there to go after the bishop on f3. Black is better. Practically, black is better here. Nguyen in his typical type of position, hyper solid. He's in full control, and he's the one who's a lot better here. And this is exactly what is very likable for his style of chess, and I have no doubts that he's gonna push seriously for a win here. This is Benjamin Gladura. We haven't seen this game today, but it's another guy who plays very solid chess. He's doing great here. He doesn't have any structural weaknesses. He has full game in control, but okay, he definitely has to show some ways of improving his position somehow a little bit more, although he's the one who's in control in general. Injic is one of the Serbian hopes in this competition. Injic is having bishop pair. I can immediately tell you this is exactly his type of the game. He likes when he's got a game where he has full control. First of all, he enjoys the bishop pair. He has a potential pawn storm. He's got both of these rooks on the F and G files. I know this guy. He's a part of my team, and I know what he enjoys and how he plays, so I don't have any doubts that he's going to convert this into a full point. Shukovic against Rakhmanov. From the early beginning, this was a very, very equalish type of the game, but that's how Rakhmanov plays. That's what I told you in the beginning. Okay. This is an interesting thing. An interesting thing about this one is how Rakhmanov is going to grind down his opponent and try to push for a full win and a full point. Okay, Black is doing a little bit better. Let's go with another one, but just a tiny bit better. Manuel Petrosian against Vrnjacka. Manuel Petrosian in full control. He's up a pawn. He's got a better control of the center, so he's also going to convert this. I don't see counter attack by Black. Gorodetsky, Maxim Chigaev. Gorodetsky, Maxim Chigaev. Chigaev has control of the D file, potentially dangerous passed pawn. F5 cannot be treated as a weakness, but somehow I feel that the white's pawn structure is somehow exposed. So I definitely prefer Black in this game. What about Shant Sargsyan against Yotsev? I told you when we were analyzing this game that Sargsyan Shant was enjoying more space. He did everything what white has to do against the King's Indian. Yotsev played at bishop g4, trying to surprise him out of the opening. I don't see attack for Black in the King's Indian. Also, he lacks the light square bishop. White is in full control of the game, and white is much better here. Bodiroga Abbasov. Bodiroga was the guy who played his opening perfectly fine. We spoke about that. It was a little bit surprising because he's not like one of those theoretically perfectly always prepared guys. But in this game, he's really doing great. And he enjoys more space. He has full control of the game. He played at d5 just in time. Bodiroga has a nice position. He certainly has much better game here, although Nijat Abbasov is one of those guys who we just need to see what is he going to come up with and how is he going to defend this obviously worse position. Bodiroga is doing good, and this is going to be an interesting game to watch. Kovalev against Piliposian. Kovalev is enjoying nice position. He's got a bishop pair advantage. He's also enjoying some space on the queen side, possibly to push these pawns to a5 and b4, and to keep that pawn on c3 to restrict the control of this knight on e6. It can go to c5 and d4. He's going to play some bishop h3 at some point. White is slightly, but a long-term better, and this is like a long-lasting advantage for white, so he's going to push for a win without any risks. Here we have Wandel against Maxim Rothstein. We also analyzed this game. I believe this looks like a drawish type of the game, but from practical point of view, I absolutely have no doubts that Black doesn't have any kind of problems, and somehow I feel this kind of problematic for white because Rook on g8 is better than rook on f1. Rook on c5 is better than rook on d4. Bishop on h6 maybe doesn't do anything, but at least it fully controls the dark squares on the h6 c1 diagonal. Bishop on b7, he has to find a role for that bishop, ideally some b4, a5, bishop a6, although b4 cannot be played because of rook on d4. So that's something he has to solve as a problem here, and to find a way to take advantage of the king on d3 being exposed in the center. Next one, Motil f1. Motil f1, let's just take a look at the game. I told you when they played a game, so he played that c4, lately very popular line against fourth move d6, which has lots of similarities with the Steinitz defense. Played bishop d7, and that c4 lately is a killer of the system. Goes with this d takes c5, played bishop g5, and if you remember, I told you that I didn't like the long castle by black. He went on for the mating attack on the c file and played b4. What a lovely move, stops everything, gives up the pawn for the sake of full initiative, and after rook c1, bishop d6, a4, that's exactly what I told you. He just has to find a way to attack, and that's what he did. Perfect game, everything just in time, and eventually even trapped the queen. Beautiful game by Motilev. I especially like that before, and this was a nice, almost miniature from Motilev. Okay, next one. Next one is a game of my big friend, Marcetic against Rasmus Swane. He's doing fine. He's fighting hard. He's even up a pawn, so okay, but Rasmus is the one who's enjoying some initiative here. But okay, that's the price he has to pay for winning a pawn. He's definitely under big pressure here. He's definitely under not only big pressure, but also under the initiative by black. But okay, white is doing okay. He won the pawn, and he now just has to look how to get that pawn back in order to go into the calm waters and some sort of drawish game. Swane is a little bit better, and he will have to do a pretty hard job to convert this. Vocaturo against Eren. Vocaturo doesn't look anything that special in this game. Black's position looks very solid. I don't see structural weaknesses in Black's game. It looks okay. Maybe if the clocks are just okay, maybe that's his biggest hope in this game. But I'm not sure if these clocks are okay. A couple of times during the stream we had problems because it was showing that the guy was running out of time and he wasn't. I don't mean in this game, I mean in general. Danielian Vache against Kollars. All the time Danielian was doing fine. I spoke about that game. It was the Moscow system, and it looks pretty drawish. Kollars is gonna having problems to win this. I don't even see how is he going to win this type of the game. So it looks okay. So Kollars is gonna have problems to win this. Sochko's position is what I liked at some point, and I assessed it as easier for him to play along the g file. And he still threatens to play h5 and to launch the attack. So from practical point of view, I prefer white. I prefer white, unless black comes up with some queen d5, b3, a5, b takes, rook a8, and something crazy like that. But queen d5, b3, not a5, rook a8 following by a5. That's what black has to do. Black shouldn't wait, because if he waits here, he's gonna get killed. So we'll see what will happen there. Denishev Marat playing very solid and even going for the attack against Yuri Kuzubov. Kuzubov is experienced player. Many times he was in similar type of positions. He's extremely good, and this is going to be an interesting game because somehow I enjoy a white's position. I don't see too many problems. So it's not, Kozubov is not going to have such an easy time to win this one. Tersahayan, he's up a pawn, obstacle of bishops. It's not going to be easy either, but he likes those type of games where he simply grinds down his opponents, and he shouldn't have too much problems. It's going to be a long-lasting game, but it's not going to be an easy one for sure. Let's go with the next one. Ivanovic, Varverdam. We all know that Ivanovic blundered that pawn so bad out of the opening. Varverdam is completely winning according to this. Yeah, he's completely, he won a pawn in 10 moves in this game, and that's what makes his position being so special. White is doing great. Sorry, black is doing great, and I'd say it's technically completely winning. Okay, what would be a nice... Okay, so this is completely winning for Varverdam. Vrnjacki Spasic. Wow, Spasic came up with some great counter. Wait a sec, Vrnjacki had full control of this game. And how did this happen? So this was So's in line. He played f5, and we stopped here and said that Spasic should be having lots of problems. Vrnjacki played at queen h3. I said here maybe to take on e6 and to break with e5. But Vrnjacki played queen h3, Spasic played at e5, and now he sacrificed on c3, coming up with a great counter-attacking. Yeah, 94. Don't forget, Spasic was playing last year in Serbian Open, and first he was completely winning against Pretke, where he drew a completely winning game, and then he beat up another 2700 guy. I forgot his name. Can't remember. It's top of my head, but I forgot. And here he's definitely doing good against Vrnjacki. So he does have some experience against the stronger guys. Took on c3, played bishop c6, and after queen h5 played knight f6, defending on h7 and controlling e8. After queen d1, played queen a4, threatening queen e4. And after bishop d2, he even took on c2, bishop b3. Look at this, very creative play by black. Played rook to d3, played rook d4, and he now enjoys full initiative. Black is doing great here, and Spasic is on the edge of creating the first underdog win today. He's doing great. He's down on exchange, but he's got a strong center. He's got a full compensation for the given pawn, and this is what I like. He threatens bishop b4. He threatens even d4, d3. Fantastic position for black. Should be very interesting to check what's going to happen there. Vagman against Darda. Vagman against Darda. Darda is doing better, a lot better in this position. White's king is weak, way weaker than the king on g8. Also, queen on a8 does a good job. Cannot take on f4 because of queen e6, but he's probably going to play rook h6, threatening rook takes f4. Okay, that's about Darda's game. Mateusz Bartel against Skvortsov. Obstacle of bishops once again. Wow, Bartel is down a pawn. For sure, he won't be able to do anything more than draw in this game. And another underdog who is going to come up with surprise. So, good position for black. He's better. Goran Todorovic, and I am from Serbia, against Jonas Bjere. Jonas Bjere is doing relatively good in this position. Somehow I see lots of weaknesses in White's camp. I even see his position as a cramped one, so Black is the one who's got initiative, and from practical point of view, I'd prefer black. Safarli against Nikolai Averin. Safarli, an extremely creative player. I always like his opening preps and opening choices. He's doing great, especially because of this pawn on e6. That doesn't give black an easy time and doesn't give black chance to solidify himself so easily. Okay, let's go with the next one. Panic against Velimir Ivic. Currently, Serbian champion is Velimir. He's certainly the most talented young player in Serbia. He's improved so fast. Although in this game he's having problem against Panic. Let's just see. Ivic is down a pawn. Ivic is down a healthy pawn. And okay, he's very resourceful. He knows how to turn up these games and how to absolutely turn the game upside down. So many times he was in similar type of situation. So let's see what's gonna happen and how is he going to come up with some tricks in position where he, objectively speaking, doesn't have an easy time. So we're just going to be following this game, and let's see, because let's go to another one. Daniel Jufa against Samet Ozak. Daniel Jufa is doing completely winning. Look at this king in the middle of the board. Knight e4 is threatened. Mate is threatened in 1. I see this as completely winning for white. So Jufa is gonna win every single moment. Krasteva against Emre Can. Emre Can is in, let's see, bishop f1. He played king h8. I don't know what is bishop a6, queen a6. Okay, I see this as a very bishop a6, queen a6, bishop a3, or bishop a3 first, queen a3, bishop a6. No, I don't see problems for black unless I'm missing something here concrete. Because I can see this bar here, and it says white is a lot better. I don't see why would be white be so much better after king h8. Yeah, okay, I absolutely like this position, and after king h8, now it says it's so much better for white. Probably there must be some tactics here that I'm missing. Maybe f takes c5, you gotta take, no, I don't see this. Yeah, exactly. I don't see this as a problem for black. And also now the evaluation bar just dropped, so I was right. It's okay for black. Dimitrios Mastrovasilis, good guy from Greece. He's just doing typically in his style. He's grinding down his opponents. He's got a bishop pair. White is just better in this type of the game. It's not a big advantage, but it's very pleasant type of the game for white. Irijanin Iskandarov. Iskandarov is in, he's got advantage. It's last move by white was king h2. He's going to take, black is better. Black is better here. He's got a broken pawn structure and he's doing better. Let me just come up with, once again, first couple of games there, and then when we check like first couple of games, like first top or 5 or 6 games, to make another break, because I've been talking for so long. I just need to take some water here. Damjanovic Vuk against Sargsyan. I told you in the beginning of the game that Damjanovic is improving lately a lot, that he's doing good, and that Sargsyan is not going to have an easy game. At some point, I thought that after queen d3, Sargsyan was having better practical chances, but right now I don't see special problems for white in this position, and this is going to be very interesting to watch and to see what is Sargsyan going to do in order to push this for a win. Maybe he's a tiny bit better, but I don't see this as a problem for white. He even threatens e5 now, and if you ask me, if he starts connecting these pawns in the pawn majority on the king side, even white can do something afterwards. Like e5, king e4, f5. So good position for Damjanovic. Maritrosian against Hagner, good in terms of, I don't see a way for Sargsyan to push for a win. Maritrosian against Hagner, much better for white. Bishop is better when the pawns are on both sides of the board against the knight. His rooks are more active. King is a bit weak on c7 in comparison to the king on g2. White is a lot better here. Shved against Anton Guijarro. You know that Guijarro was up a pawn. He's still up a pawn, and I told you that I don't think he's going to be having problems to convert this into a full point. Navarra Samani. Navarra is, this is an interesting one, because you remember when I asked you, actually when I told you, I'd be interested in seeing how is he going to play. And I said, sorry, I certainly don't think he's going to have any problems here. And I thought bishop f5, rook f5, king f1 or long castle, but I had problems with the queen b3, although Navarra here played long castle. So if bishop c2, king c2. This guy played with the queen d8, and then he went on with the attack along the g file, went on with the typical things, took on h6, and Navarra is very precise when it comes to calculation. It's very hard to play against him because he's very spot on, and if you give up something, you can't bluff him easily. He's always going to take advantage of those things. Let's just have a look at a few more things. Novkovic against Jules Mussar. Mussar is in full control of the game. He's up a pawn. No, actually he's up to pawn, so he's winning. Pretke against Tadic, now with the correct position on the board. Pretke is up a pawn. I know this guy. I had a similar type of position against him in recent Gligoric Memorial, and somehow he managed to squeeze me out and win the game. So he's up a pawn, and as a typical representative of this Russian chess school, he's going to try to squeeze out his opponent and push for a win. So he's practically a lot better. Wojtaszek against Philippe Lucian. It's another interesting position. Okay, Wojtaszek likes these type of games. He was a lot better at some point than this one. So let's just see what's going to happen there. I don't think his queen is hanging, so he has to put the queen on d4 most likely, or maybe on b6 somewhere else, because the queen is under the attack by the rook on c1. So this is interesting. Okay, Esipenko. I said that this should be a nice and a pleasant experience for a guy with the white pieces, with the pawn majority and the bishop here, and it's still like that. Danov against Gelfand. I told you that I liked f4 a lot for Gelfand, and he's now in full control, and he's technically winning in this position. Šarić, Milošević, we already saw it. And here we're just checking this game where Sarana has a little bit more space against Nisti. His king is a little bit better than king on g1, but I still don't see how is he going to penetrate into the white's camp. So it's not going to be easy. Shevchenko, he's a little bit better, and he's going to for sure grind down his opponent till he wins this game. I prefer his game a lot more. Nair won in the meantime. Let's take a look, because, and with after this one, we're just going to make a break. So he played knight c6 here, which was a very lovely move to give him tempo for knight b4. And now, oh, he even penetrated with a3 because I thought here he wanted to go with knight a3, knight a3 and to take on b3, but he found even way nicer. Knight b4 followed by a3, captured, took on d6, took on b3, and afterwards he just finished off his opponent. Let's see the end of the game. Actually, after rook to b3, this guy immediately resigned because the king is weak. He can't stop anything, and white was the one who was just defending this position. Thanks for watching. We'll get back to this stream and broadcasting a little bit later. It's time for some coffee. Thanks. Če da vidim samo rezultate. Damjanović Vuk igra, izgubit će. Maritrosjan, dobro. Anton Giharo dobija. Navara već dobio, ja kažem je, ajde, možemo da pičemo.
Pičemo, a?
Da, kažem se, da.
Aj razmrdaj mi se malo da vidim šta je sa frame-ovima, kako mi stoje. Dobro. Studio.
Ej, čekaj.
Ja nešto mi ne ide. Može podići slobodno malo da sjepi gore. Ne samo kako stavio. Može tako pomoći. Može. Dobro. Ček samo čujem, pomeri se malo. Cupkaj nogama.
To ovako. Lelo, otpalo mi.
Samo ja da ga namestim.
To ovako treba, brate.
Jeste.
S ove strane, da.
Ovako i ne bude ovdje.
Nek bude.
Ne bude, tu ne vidi se od laptopa, svakako i da se vidi bubica. To.
Ajde, sad će da pičimo. Čim se završe ove sve partije, pičimo.
Ok.
Sad ćemo do kraja i to je to. Welcome back to broadcasting of European Championship 2023. Thanks to all of you on your suggestions and improvements, and we're gonna have some tomorrow. Lots of games already finished, so let's take a look at those ones. In the meantime, we were doing this break of 15 minutes, so let me just tell you what's happening here. But before that, once again, we got a record breaking here. We have, for the first time in these European Championships, 484 players, which is amazing number of participants in such competition. We also have 373 title players, 126 GMs, 106 IMs, 4 women GMs, and so many other guys, like hundreds of FMs. So this is a really prestigious competition. Let's get started, or let's just continue and carry on with analyzing these games. In the meantime, Sargsyan got almost into winning position. Somehow his king penetrated against Vuk Damjanović, and he's now a lot better. In the meantime, Maritrosyan plays against Bennett Hagner. I thought that he had like a lot better position, but somehow this black guy did lots of good moves, and he's in pretty nice chance to get something out of this game. Although, if you ask me, I still think that White is going to score a full point in this game. Also, Shved against Anton Giharo. Giharo is completely winning, and he's not only up a pawn, but much better knight than bishop, so this is going to be a matter of technique. Navarra won in the meantime, and if you remember, we've been discussing this game, and I told you that in technical parts of the game, he's just fantastic when it comes to pure calculation. Novkovic against Jules Mussar. Mussar won. Novkovic lost those 2 pawns early out of the opening, and afterwards he couldn't save the game, and that's another win. Pretke beat Tadic Stefan. I told you that these guys are very tough nut to crack, and when they have like a pawn up or technical position to push for a win, usually you don't know how to fight against them, and they're just complete favorites. Filip Lucian against Wojtaszek. It's surprising. You know what? Actually, wait a sec. For some reason, it says that. Just a moment. What am I missing here? It says that Philip Lucian won this game and he's like completely lost. So I don't know, probably they wrongly put a result of this game. So I don't know, probably this is mistaken. I think that, or might be, yeah, he didn't lose on time either. So I see that this is completely winning for black. I believe it's just mistake in the results. Esipenko drew his game against Manafov, which is very surprising because I was claiming that this was going to be a technical part of the thing for him with a bishop pair, with a pawn majority on the king side. But just like you see, underdogs come up with these things. Gelfand won a very nice game against Lubomir Danov. We were analyzing this game, and I believe the turning point of the game was when he played f4 and managed to score the full point. Ivan Šarić was one of the first guys who on the top boards won his game against Milošević. And the moral of the story, don't play openings for the first time, especially against such openings, against such opponents and in such events. This is not an event to try out your openings for the first time. Nisti against Alexei Sarana, it's a long-lasting game. Sarana sacrificed the piece. He just wants to create some sort of nasty threats against the white's king, and you know what? He's pushing hard. I still believe he's gonna win this game with the black pieces. Then Shevchenko against Atakashiev. It's very interesting. So Shevchenko is better, a lot better. He's got this bishop pair. Black has stranded knight on a4. Pretty bad and passive bishop on b7. It's a lot better for white. Bashirli against Nair, a fantastic game and win by Nair. We liked it a lot. Chucky drew his game. Ivanchuk couldn't do more than full point. I told you when he played knight c6 that he's going to be having problems with converting the advantage. And just like you see, he drew the game. Van Forest against Cheparinov. I claimed that this is going to be a matter of technique for black. And it is actually a matter of technique. He just has to come up with queen on the first rank and to come up with some pure calculating skills and to win this one. Cheparinov is completely winning. Bakrov played a great game and outplayed his opponent convincingly from the beginning till the end, and we really enjoyed this one. Bermudez against Nils Grandelius. Grandelius showed great skills in this game and completely outplayed his opponent from the beginning till the end. Anton Korobov in that position that looked like okay for black, easily cracked down the defense of his opponent and won the game. Very nice one. Ruslan Panomarev, we spoke about this King's Indian, where in the King's Indian he swapped off the dark square bishops and afterwards grinded down his opponent, so he scored a full point. Santos Latasa, he was already winning at the moment when we, for the first time, stopped this broadcasting, and we just agreed that he was winning and he was gonna win. Veliki Chedela against Donchenko, she put up some fight, but she couldn't resist and lost the game. But okay, Donchenko is a guy who's going to be one of the main competitors here for the top places. Nguyen, he had position that he likes, enjoys, and won fairly easy. Gledura Benjamin, very nice style, tough game, tough chess, absolutely according to his style, and he won a nice game against Romanian guy. Alexander Ingic, he's still playing, but he's slowly but surely cracking down the defense of the black. Take a look at the knights on f8 and g8. I believe it's a matter of technical part, although don't forget, he also has one kind of problematic piece. It's this bishop on c1. He doesn't have many places where to go, so it's as bad as one, for example, one of these knights. From another point of view, bishop on c6 does a great job. Rook on a2 as well. Queen on e4 controlling the e-file. So I also believe that Ingic is going to crush his opponent eventually. Shukovic against Rahmanov. That's what happens when you play against these guys. Rahmanov is that kind of a player. He likes these positions where he slowly, like squeezes you out and he's completely winning. We spoke about his advantage all the time, but it's a real mastership how he managed to easily crack down the defense of his opponent. Here we have Manuel Petrosian. He won against Galzhoka. Chigaev is a guy who, in this game, maybe, objectively speaking, it's just, he was better, and right now position is around drawish. So Yotsev lost to Sargsyan Shant. Sargsyan played a very nice game and he fully deserved a full point here. Bodiroga was much better against Abbasov, and I told you we just have to see what is he going to come up with, and he came up with a great defense or with a great tactics, turned the game upside down and won. Actually won. He didn't win, but he's completely winning, and I absolutely have no doubts that he's gonna win this one. Kovalev against Piliposian. Kovalev is completely winning, and he's got a bishop pair. He penetrated onto the king's side into the camp of the black's position, so this is like a matter of time. When is he gonna eventually crush this guy? Maxim Rothstein is beating up this FM from, actually he's not beating up, he won his game, so this guy couldn't stop the tactics at the end. Motilev won against Gombats, and we checked this game, we liked it a lot. Marcetic Nikola, he's still putting up a great fight against Svane. He's now, lost after after playing and fighting for a pretty good amount of time. But Svane is enjoying this type of chess, and he likes to crack down the defense of his opponents exactly in that style. So he's gonna win. Vocaturo against Eren. Vocaturo now improved his position a little bit, but I don't see anything more than draw. So he's gonna hardly be able to crack down the defense of his opponent. Kollars drew his game. We spoke about this game, and I told you that White relatively easy found the draw in this one. Sochko lost, and it's one of the biggest upsets today in the tournament. This guy, Matthias Palzert, beat Bartosz Sochko. What a surprising result here. Very, very lovely one. And somehow all the times looked like Sochko is going to do something along the G file, but this guy was really, doing his job greatly, and he managed to win. Look at this game on D1 and look at the end of the game. Fantastic score, and congratulations to this guy for winning his game with black pieces against such a strong player like Sochko. Denishev is eventually going to most likely get done by this Yuri Kuzubov. Kuzubov is exactly this type of a player. He's slowly, grinding you down and taking small advantages and convert them into full points. Then we have Tersakhayan. We spoke about this game. Obstacle at bishops. He's up a pawn. I still believe he's gonna push very hard for a win here. He can even take here on c7 and play up 2 pawns, an endgame with obstacle at bishops. He's better from practical point of view, but he's going to have very big practical problems to turn into a full point. Very interesting what's going to happen in this endgame, and we'll be following this. Ivanovic Marko lost very easily to Varmerdam. He tricked him early out of the opening and afterwards scored. Petr Spasic against Vrnjacki, the biggest roller coaster today we've seen in this game. First Vrnjacki was killing him out of the opening, then Spasic was completely winning, then once again he's like completely lost. So I don't know what's happening in this game, but it looks like complete a roller coaster, not only on eval bar and regarding, you know, like the assessments, but also with all these evaluations and crazy. It's very interesting what was happening in this game. Let's just see, because he was completely winning, and Vrnjacki managed to do something out of completely lost position. So in this position was knight e4, bishop e1, and rook d1. And here black was doing great. And after king g1, he was like completely winning here. He plays this one. Probably, I don't see anything wrong with bishop c5 here, or maybe I'm missing something. He goes knight c5, probably neutral time trouble. This guy played rook to e3, played bishop b4, and Vrnjacki comes up with a great defense. Now if he takes on e1, he's going to take on c5. That's exactly what happened. And after rook c5, played bishop b4, played rook c2, and somehow he gave his opponent a chance to come up with something. But then, in this position, he comes up with more of these mistakes. He put all his hopes into these passed pawns, played rook f1, played rook f2, and somehow, in a game like this, this was a turning point of this game, in a position that looked equal. Probably you just have to stop here and to calculate properly what to do and how to play this one. He just took on h2, and now he was threatening mate, h5, open up the king. If you take rook c8 is mate. If you're going like this, this is what happened. And after king g5, now we're just gonna see, but obviously white is the one who's pushing for a win this one. Pretty crazy game with lots of, just like I told you, turnings upside down, and eventually looks like Vrnjacki is gonna win. Darda is completely winning in this one. We already spoke about this game. Bartel, he's fighting to make a draw, and looks like he's gonna manage. Todorovic Goran against Jonas Bjerre. Jonas Bjerre is having much better activity here. He threatens queen e3. He's winning. He's winning. Knight f4 doesn't work due to queen e3, queen e1, sorry. So Safarli against Taverin. Safarli is winning. That's obvious. Ivic against Panic. Ivic is trying to get a draw somehow in this position. Looks like he won't have problems to make a draw, but it still looks pretty challenging, because this guy has to find lots of precise moves. I'm talking about Ivic, in order, because the pawn on a7 is so strong, so the knight is tied up for the pawn, and you can't use your knight, which basically means you have to just oppose all his threats on the king side with your king. Very interesting. So Ivic won't be able to score here. Yufa was already winning at the moment when we were analyzing, and he won in the meantime. Emrecan won as well against Krasteva. Mastrovasilis won. We analyzed his game and we realized he was better. Iskandara was better, and in the meantime he won as well. Jergus Pešak, Slovakian strong GM, managed to win against Gunduz. We haven't seen a lot of this game. Hovhannisyan won against Tomorian. And you know, I'm just giving you results here, and some of these games that are still ongoing, we're just going to follow, for example, like this one. Brkic against Kisic. I don't see problems for black in this game. We all know who Brkic is and how strong he is. Croatian GM, and but in this position, I don't see how is he going to improve in this game, and what is he going to do in order to win. So I don't see problems for black to make draw eventually. Okay, let's go with the game Lesko against Sanal. Sanal won his game against Bence Lesko. It's a nice, okay. Vugara sadly managed to win against Kristoferic. Vujic Mihailo lost to Paravian. We see some very nice tactics at the end of this game. Also only 23 moves. Let's take a look at this game because it's a miniature. So, oops, just a moment. So let's see what happened in that game. which played e4, bishop c4. He went with the bishop's opening, and all of a sudden he goes with d4, Ponciani gambit. You know that I covered in my course Butcher e5 with the bishop's opening d3. It's a bulletproof approach. I prefer d3 much more than d4. d4 is maybe for some rapid or faster time controls. Knight f3. He wants Urusov gambit, but this guy and nobody else is going to allow you to play the Urusov gambit. So he plays bishop b4, knight takes. You gotta take here by pawn, by the way, which takes like this. Paravian, you can blunder. You can bluff these guys, and Paravian takes on e4, takes by king, defends everything, solidifying himself, going with check, and playing knight f5 followed by knight c4. Here, he just made an artificial castle. E-file was his. He threatens knight c4, also some bishop g4 ideas, breaking the position of the white's king. And here goes with the knight c4, bishop g4, bringing his rook all the way to the second rank, and queen g5 pinning the knight. He plays f4. He's just weakened the light squares, and mainly g2 squared that decided this game. He now threatens to go rook e8, to go even some c5 he's threatening actually in this position as well. So after queen here, knight e3, removing the main defender of k, taking control of the e-file, and after knight b3, he's not naive to exchange those, and after rook g1, he just takes the final tactical shot and wins the game on g2. Nice game by Paravian, and shows how should you be playing against those who play Ponciani gambit. Kadric Denis, strong player, my ex-student, I can proudly say that, and Denis Kadric won a very nice game. So he beat Kirill Shoshin. So let's go with Rachmanidis against Lagarde. Very interesting game. Looks like completely drawish endgame. He can win the... He's gonna... no, this is the same color bishop. Okay, same. In that case, Lagarde is the one who's gonna push for a win in this game. White has like some chances to save this one, but this is definitely better for black. It would be very interesting to see in this endgame and what's gonna happen there. Lupulescu won against Levitan. Martic even against Luca Moroni. It's completely lost. Wait a sec, actually, is it completely lost? It's better for black, it's better for black. Black is the one who's in full control here. Kobalia beat Aleksa Micic, threatens knight f6, and this guy couldn't defend the final mating pattern. Kojovic lost to another brother, Svane, Frederick Svane, so he won against Kojovic. Goryachkina beat Claudio Dobre. Then we have Pashevsky against Grigorians, another interesting result. Mateusz Pashevsky drew against Grigorian, so it's a pretty good result for white. Tomas Laursas against Vlatko Savicevic. Would be interesting to see the result of this one, but Laursas looks better. Both of these pawns on f6 and h6 are about to drop. White is better. White is better, and he's in control, and he's gonna try out to win this game till the end. Lucas Van Forest drew against Lev Zverev. That's a very interesting result. But as far as I see, this position doesn't... Yeah, this looks okay for white, so black should be okay with the draw in this game. Leon Livaic beat Goroshkov. Majdelishvili plays against this. This is a very interesting game. For example, for books, Engine says it's drawn. Well, easier said than done. I believe it's very difficult to make a draw in this endgame, and I believe this is not an easy position to play as a lower-rated guy to defend and to play and to be enough like defensive resourceful to defend this one. So definitely, I still believe Majdelishvili is the one who's going to push for a win here. 4 against 3 with the B pawn. There are great practical chances for black. We'll get back to this game. Nesterov against Angelia Stojanovic. Arseny Nesterov won. Tough spinner against Teklov. Teklov managed to win this game. A very, very nice position in the end. Then we have Valentin Dragnev, who beat Parligras, but not Romanian GM. Another guy. Buska lost to Azarov. Gumular's Simon beat Stefan Juric. Ivan Sredovic, a pretty good IM from Serbia, managed to make a draw against Rudik Makarian. Nice result for him. Marian Bosiocic, he managed to win this against Tarek Selbash. And we have now Volodar Murzin, who is still playing this game and trying to win. He's up 2 pawns. Obviously, pawn on h2 is about to fall. And I still believe that black has very nice chances to push this for a win. Well, as long as you're up materially, you can just push for a win, and you never know what's going to happen. Also, weaker guys always have problems with defending worse positions, especially in the end games. Mircea Parligras won against Kandelval. Alexa Petrovic against Adam Kozak. Adam is, let me just see, to be able to give you like the proper assessment of this game. I believe that Alexa Petrovic is doing great here. Is he up a pawn? No, he's not up a pawn, but he's got an amazing knight against bad bishop. He's got a passed pawn. This guy is having a weakness on c6. I believe Adam Kozak is the world junior champion this year. And any attack white can oppose with h4, g takes, and king h2 in the worst case scenario. So Petrovic is doing great in this game against Adam Kozak. So let's see another one. Aidin Suleimanli won. Galana against Sichev, another good draw for this guy. Orikobo drew against Todorovic Bojan. Zadravec Matija lost to Pultinevicius. I'm just giving you results here, and we're checking some of these games. This is very interesting endgame. Lobanov has a fantastic king and pawn on 7th rank, and looks like it's not going to be enough because all black has to do is to give up rook for the pawn, but of course king has to come on c7 and to push these pawns and eventually to somehow make a draw. So from practical point of view, this should be drawn because he's got these passed pawns on the king side. Aravic against Stremovicius. Stremovicius is winning because knight has to move and then a queen h1 followed by some tactics. Also he's up a pawn. This is winning for black. Muradli against Blagojevic Tijana. Tijana was winning at the moment when she made the draw against Muhammad Muradli. Very interesting. Surprising is that she managed, actually she accepted a draw in much better position where she was even up a pawn. Good result for her, but also critics. She was supposed to push this for a win. Certainly your opponent wouldn't do the same. Kelirash is just better in this endgame, but not a lot better. Not a lot better, and this is position where black has a pretty good chances to save this endgame. Although king is better on f6, you know, d2, rook d1, and maybe some c8 takes, maybe not even that one. A takes, king takes, and pushing the king all the way to the pawn on f2 and pushing the pawn. This should be better for black, but it's still a long way to go there. Then we have Borohovsky, who beat Miletic Vuk. Erich Jovana against Šebenik Matej, a woman GM from Serbia, Jovana Erich. She's having problems with the time. She's running out of time, and she's also fighting against the bishop pair for the rook. So white is the one who's in full control. Sorry, black. So Then we have a young French GM, Maurici Marc-Andrea, who beat a youngster also from Serbia. Naj Hedjeshi Balind, he told me when I was drinking coffee that he probably had something in this game, and he lost eventually against Nasuta. Stoček Žiri won this game against Rabrenovic. Dvirny, we don't have this result. Lav Pajcin, and now we actually ran out of all these results and games. So I believe that we just checked all the 90 games, and I told you all the 90 results, and now we're just going to check what's happening in some of the last games of the today broadcast. I just once again want to tell you that every day from 3 p.m. CET, Central European Time, we're going to be having this broadcasting, and we're going to be analyzing top games. Don't forget, the more we go and the deeper we go into this competition, we're going to have like tougher and better games. Today's was also pretty interesting because you have all these fights between better and obviously by rating gap and difference worse guys, but there were some nice upsets. Also keep in mind 484 players, record break in European championships. We also have like 126 GMs, 106 IMs, 4 women GMs, more than 100 FMs, 373 titled players in the whole competition. It's a really, really big thing. For many of you, I was just reading some commentaries here in the chat room, and I read why don't we have some 2,700 GMs? Well, many of them already qualified. So here we're just looking for another 23 places and for the World Cup that is going to take place this year. You also have to keep in mind that we have more than 40 federations, so it's going to be a real pleasure to watch all these games fighting hard. Vuk Damjanovic, he keeps fighting hard in this game, although right now he played 92 to go with the knight f4. I believe that technically he's going to have lots of problems to hold this game, although he's fighting hard. He's fighting hard against the top and the highest rated player in the whole competition, and I'm not surprised. He really plays well lately. So this is a pretty good fight by Damjanovic. From another point of view, Sargsyan is doing what we expected from him. He's just grinding down his opponent and trying to win. Maritrosian, in the meantime, got into a completely winning position. I told you that it's gonna be difficult for black to defend that. I told you, but wait a sec, this guy's having the queen, right? Just a moment, what the hell is happening here? So, rook e3 b4, rook c4, he now threatens that one, and he can't stop this one. Oh my goodness, he's down a queen, or down a queen for the rook, and white is completely winning because there is no power to stop these two connected pawns. Fantastic play by Maritrosian. Don't forget, we have like a very interesting situation. Two top-rated guys are both from Armenia, Maritrosian and Sargsyan. Then we have Anton Guijarro, he's completely winning. We're about to see, okay, Navarra won his game, Jules Mussar won, Pretke won, Wojtaszek won, so they corrected the result, which is good. Esipenko drew his game, Gelfand won, Šarić was the first one to win, Sarana is still fighting, he sacrificed a piece, he's trying really hard to win this one, taking risks, maybe even a necessary risk because he's the first round, and Nisti Samsa is playing really, really strong this one. Although his bishop on g2 doesn't have much of activity thanks to the pawn on d5. So I really think that even though Engine says it's better, Eval Bar says it's better for white, I think that black can still have lots of tricks in order to push for a win here. So somehow from practical point of view, I really see this as a pretty serious possibility for white to make some mistake afterwards. And this is exactly what happens. You know, the difference between white, who is actually trying to somehow make a draw, and black, who is trying to win, that's always a big gap in those psychological approaches during the games. Shevchenko is completely winning. He was playing really well today, and he outplayed his opponent. Naira won. Ivanchuk drew. Cheparinov eventually won. That's a very nice game. Bakrov, very nice game, won. Grandilius as well. Korobov won. Ponomarev won. So we're now just checking those few of those games that ended. They're still ongoing, sorry. Nguyen won, Glendura won, Injic is playing. Let's take a look at the Serbian top player. So for all these Serbian fans, his upper pawn, no, I apologize. I'm bad at math. I've always been bad at math. He's up 2 pawns. He's completely winning. He's got a bishop pair, but bishop pair in pretty weird position because position is pretty blocked and closed. So these bishops are not doing well. So he's got a bishop pair. He probably wants to break with g5 at some point. He's winning, and I believe it's a matter of time when is black going to shake his hand and throw the towel into the ring here. So I don't know, just maybe some bishop e3 to close the king, to bring the king onto f3 to secure its position. Bishop on c6 does a great job because you can go to e8, you can go to a8. This just looks great. Okay, this is good. This is good. Okay, I like this one for black. Just made his move. I believe Injic has to break with g5 sooner or later, but maybe he can still show a bit of a patience here because before he goes for the final shots. As long as he has this pawn on f4, it's not easy for him to win. So he probably has to play g5 and to find a way. Yeah, he played bishop e3, king f3, exactly what I told you. And now he's going to eventually break at some point with g5 and try to finish him off. Maybe he can even bring the rook onto the e file. But the rook on a6 is doing a good job because it's pretty much restricting black pieces, and queen cannot go on a5. So Injic is going to win this for sure. Rakhmanov won eventually. This is the game. Chigaev Maxim is still trying to do something in this game. We're just trying to see if he's going to be able to find something in this game, and I can't say turn the game upside down because all the time white was doing pretty fine. But it's interesting. It's not going to be easy for him. So let's just go with Sargsyan won, Bodiroga lost to Nijet, Mamedov, Rothstein won, Motilev won, Marcetic lost to Swane. He was doing and putting up a good fight there. This game I analyzed a couple of times, and I told you that I don't see how is Vokatura going to push for a win in this one. Ataber Karen is putting up a good fight, and objectively speaking, this should be drawn. Daniel Janvache colors it's drawn, Sochko lost, and that's the biggest upset today. So all the compliments to Polzert Matias against Bartosz Sochko for winning with black pieces in a very nice style. Okay, Kuzuba won. He eventually crushed Marat Denishev. Tersa Hayan, it's very interesting. How is he gonna win this game? He's up a pawn, and he has very, very big practical problems to convert this into a full point. I don't even know how is he gonna do that. So it's objectively speaking a round drawn. Varverdam managed to easily win. Spasic, Petar, once again, we get back to this crazy game. He's lost. And actually, sorry, but he already resigned here. Darda is winning all the time, and this guy is just putting up good resistance, but he's lost. Bartel Mateusz, he was fighting hard and he eventually drew this game. Okay, as soon as he fully activated himself, they drew a game. Jonas Bjerre beat Goran Todorovic. Safarli is still playing. He was all the time completely winning, but even now it's a matter of technique. Panic Ivic. Ivic won't be able to do anything in this game. When I say that, I mean to score a full point, so objectively speaking, it's going to be draw. And still, he's the one who has to come up with some really strong defensive moves in order not to lose here. Yufa won. Emre Can won, Master Vasilis, and I'm just trying to find some more games, so we're just going to fully focus on 2 games. It's going to be a game between Injic and his opponent, and I'm just pretty much interested in game of Damjanovic and Sargsyan. So once again, let's take a look at, I'm just checking if there are some other games that we might be missing. Here, Gorodetsky against Chigaev, objectively speaking, should be drawn. Injic Filip Andrei. Filip Andrei is fighting hard in this game. I told you that Injic could think of improving his rook, playing, for example, rook to g1 and breaking with g5, playing even rook e1 and moving that bishop to f2 and h4, eventually breaking on g5, and once he fully activates his bishop, he's going to be completely winning. Also, there is one more bad thing for black, not only that his knights are limited, but he also doesn't have much time to think of like proper defense and creating a fortress here. So I believe Injic is about to win. We're waiting for his moves. Let's just see if we have some other games there being played. Okay, Donchenko won, Santos won. All these games seem to be a 1. Yes. So Nisti against Sarana. What I like about Nisti and his game, looks like he's not playing to make a draw, but all the time he's playing on the verge of playing for a draw, but if black pushes, then he's ready to counterattack him. Very well played so far, and this looks pretty good in terms of putting up resistance with a white against Sarana, who for me is one of the main competitors for the top place, for top 3 places, let's say. Okay, we'll get back to that game. And do we have anything else there? Nothing. We are just going to wait for Maritrosian is completely winning. He's now playing bishop e4. If he takes, there is no power to stop this. This is very interesting position because black is up a queen, or queen for the rook, and 2 connected pawns are about to decide a game. Bishop e4, h7, followed by g8 promoting the queen. So it's a matter of time when is black going to resign this game. And finally, let's go for Damjanovic against Sargsyan. Yeah, looks like a winning. Looks like a better game for black. I can't say it's completely winning, because if he creates a passer, Damjanovic can go with the king on that passer and sack the knight for the pawn on h5. So black also has to be on top of his skills here. He has to play b5, and then if the king goes on d3, he's gonna play, I was about to say king f4, but then knight h5, king c3, going after those pawns. Probably he can manage to go with the knight and to defend these pawns, but it's not easy. It's still not easy. So this is still defendable, or at least he can try to still put up a good fight and try to save this one. Okay, I mean, we both know that black is the one who's, objectively speaking, pushing for a win and is winning, but it's still not easy. So those are two games. It's a very interesting situation because we're just finishing this broadcast by following games of one of the best juniors in Serbia and best player in Serbia, Indjic. I'm just not sure if I'm supposed to say that Indjic is still the best player in Serbia, because from today we have Pretke, who got a Serbian citizenship and who actually became a part of Serbian Chess Federation member. So now these are the best Serbian players. So let's see what's happening here. Vuk Damjanovic is waiting on Sargsyan's move. In the meantime, let's move on to the next game. Bishop e4. Maritrosian's opponent also think. So those two games on top two boards, and both of these Armenian guys, highest rated players in the competition, and they're both pushing for a win. There is one change. Maritrosian is completely winning, while Sargsyan still has to show some skills to win that position. Every single day, our broadcast will be from 3 p.m. to approximately 8 or 9 p.m. Tomorrow we're going to have some guests. If you have any suggestions, today I got a suggestion by one of the guys to add names of the opponents while I'm talking about one game, so it's going to be fixed for tomorrow. We're also going to have some more improvements regarding this broadcasting, so stay tuned and be with us here. But still, we're just watching these first two boards. Maritrosian is winning. Hegner is just trying to come up with a miracle here. Here, Sargsyan is better. He played b5 and knight d5. And now I believe it's about to be winning, because when he moved the knight to e2, he doesn't have a possibility anymore to sacrifice that knight for the pawn on h5, and now I believe it's completely winning for black, and it's a matter of time when is Sargsyan going to finish him off. Another thing is, now he doesn't have a way to win both of these wing pawns, so now I believe black is winning. And another thing is Maritrosian, still nothing, which is quite interesting. And we're just waiting for these last two games to finish. And Indjic's game, we'll just check it out. So that's another game to follow there. So let me just once again go to Damjanovic, because he's taking his time here, but I believe it's already too late, because this guy's gonna create a passer. Yeah, he was playing a decent, he was playing a pretty good game today. But this is the problem when you play against these top guys. They're always cracking you down. So after like knight d5 check, I don't see, he now played knight g3, yes, makes sense. And now this guy probably will play knight f6 and push the pawn to a4. And then he's gonna approach with his king. Also, I'm not going too deep into the analysis of this one. Maybe knight f6 and to go with b4. No, actually, he's gonna play like knight f6 and to go with, wait a sec, can he play b4, a takes, and a4? And if knight h5, a3, so he can't reach with the king this pawn. That's also an interesting pawn. Well, the knight on d5 is just holding the pawn. So in these moments, you just have to, take your time and calculate properly, because knight on d5 just restricts after, for example, white takes on h5. He won't be able to go back with the knight on f4. So I believe b4, a takes, and a4 is very worth of considering here. King e2, a3, king d. Yeah, he's not even in the square. This could be winning for black on the spot. But just a moment. b4, a takes, a4, knight e4, a3, knight d2. So that's a tricky thing. So it's not winning. It's not winning. So it's not winning. Maybe first knight c3, and after knight h5, b4, a takes, a4, knight f4. But why would you actually do it? Maybe you can first do a4 and squeeze your opponent. I was just trying to tell you that here you just have to take your time and come up with a concrete calculation. But no, it's not working like that. Here. Here, black played queen to b3. It's interesting. What is Maritrosian going to do? He probably goes with the rook c7, but he also has to be on top of his skills and to pay attention on threats by black, because, for example, maybe not rook c7, maybe rook c6, in order not to give him his opponent queen e6 with some activity. Wait a sec. Position is changing a lot here. So after queen to b3, he played rook takes c3. So he went for a concrete line and went with this one. Okay, even better. And he's now completely winning, and this game is about to end. Now it's, I've completely forgot about this rook c3 idea. And look at this. Sargsyan went with this b4, a takes, and this one. I spoke about that, but what after knight e4 here? After knight e4, probably he's going to be going with knight b4, knight c3, a3, and he's going to be waiting there. So that could be his idea. I proposed this b4 and a4, but I was proposing the straightforward line with pushing that pawn. But maybe this could be working like this. So it's also nice. Let's get back to another game. I'm expecting of this guy to resign this game, because he can't stop h8. He's controlling g8 with the rook g8, but he actually can't stop. And you know what could also be working here? Rook c3, queen c3, g8. Even that, but no, why would you actually risk and take any unnecessary risks in this position? You just go with h8, queen, and you win the game. So this is completely winning. Sargsyan went for this one. Damjanovic played here. So for sure he's gonna, Sargsyan will play a3, and after knight c1 he's gonna play knight b4, and then king to e3, and then he just has to put him in zugzwang a2, and this is winning. Yeah. No, but wait a sec. A3, yeah, a3, knight c1, knight b4, king e3, a2, and that's winning. Okay, so this is he's about to resign his game as well. So can I just go back to Ingic's game? Just to see if he ended up his game. But before I go there, yeah, this is Sargsyan should be winning. So if he goes a3, knight c1 to stop a2, knight b4, that's exactly what happened in this game. He played knight to b3, and now that knight is pretty much tied up for the rest of the game for the pawn on a2, and he's going to be able to use his knight and king to squeeze out this king and to put it in some sort of zugzwang. So it's technically easily winning, but still probably not in like small number of moves. This one is still ongoing. This guy was playing a very nice game, Bennett Hagner against Maritrosian. He was putting up a great resistance all the time. eventually he's going to lose, but this was a nice game. About this one, yeah, they're still fighting, and here I just have to go with the game of Injic. So let me just find that game. It's for all these Serbian guys. Injic against his opponent. So let's go with this one. Injic is now, he keeps on improving his position, squeezing out his opponent, getting like all this space, bringing the king to f3, improving the position of the dark square bishop with bishop f2 and bishop h4. Bishop on b5, cutting off the possibility for black to oppose his threats on the e file with the queen e8, and it's also gonna be winning. We once again have to go back onto those two games. Injic is winning, definitely. And all these games are about to be done. Damjanovic is lost. Maritrosian is winning. So that would be pretty much that, guys. That would be pretty much that, because we all know that Injic is about to win. Maritrosian is winning. Sargsyan is about to win this. And hope that you enjoyed in the broadcasting. Be with us tomorrow and every day from 3 p.m. onwards. We're going to be having like more of these guests, and from tomorrow onwards, we're also going to have some players and we'll host them even with the analysis of some of their games. Thanks for watching, and hope that you enjoyed in the first round of the European Championship here in Serbia 2023. Thanks, and see you tomorrow. Dobro, pa nema šta da čekamo, sve su ove partije. Sad, ja da isključim kompjuter, a? A sutra ćemo da vidimo. Ovo radi dobro preko ovog mitinga. Nisam znao da ovo radi za moje časove jedne.